It was supposed to be a short break from everything. Just me, some quiet air, and a cabin in the middle of nowhere. No noise, no notifications, no people. That's what I wanted more than anything. I'd been working nonstop for nearly 2 years without a real break. The stress, the constant distractions, the noise of the city, it had all built up to a point where I couldn't even sleep properly anymore. I needed space. I needed isolation. I rented the cabin from a small website that listed private properties for quiet getaways. This one caught my attention because it didn't even have a proper address. Just GPS coordinates and a vague description that said no neighbors within 4 miles. Dirt road access only. That was exactly what I wanted. The photos showed a small wooden cabin with a deck, a fire pit, and thick forest on all sides. It sat on a hill, facing a wide stretch of pine trees that sloped down into a small valley. There were no paved roads nearby, no power lines, no signs of other cabins in any of the pictures. I packed light, just clothes for a week, some dried food, tools, my old shotgun that I barely ever used but felt safer bringing with me, and a small gas generator in case I wanted to charge my phone or power a lamp. The cabin had a basic wood stove and no running water, which didn't bother me. I was used to roughing it. I had done plenty of solo hiking trips over the years and had camped out in worse places. The drive up took almost 8 hours, 5 on the highway, 2 through small mountain towns, and the last hour on a long, bumpy dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been maintained in decades. Trees pressed in on both sides. I kept checking the GPS coordinates to make sure I was still going the right way. Finally, around 4 p.m., I reached the clearing. The cabin sat quiet under the trees. It was smaller than I expected, but solid. The roof was slightly sloped and covered in dark metal sheets. The wood siding looked aged but not rotted. I parked beside the porch and got out. The air smelled clean, sharp with pine and damp earth. It was completely silent, except for some birds and the rustle of the wind through the trees. I stood there for a moment, letting my ears adjust to the quiet. Felt good. The key was under a rock by the steps, just like the owner had told me. Inside, the cabin was one room. There was a narrow bed against the back wall, a table, 2 chairs, a small shelf with books and candles, and a wood-burning stove. The windows were old but clean, with little latches to lock them shut. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 30 feet behind the cabin near the treeline. After unloading everything and stacking the firewood, I made a simple meal, some rice and beef jerky heated in a pot over the stove, and sat out on the porch with a flashlight and one of the old books from the shelf. The sun dipped low behind the trees. Crickets started chirping. The cold crept in fast. That night, I fell asleep quickly. The kind of sleep that only comes when your mind finally goes quiet. No lights, no traffic, no sirens. Just total darkness and silence. The second day, I chopped more wood, explored the trails behind the cabin, and found a small stream downhill. I filled up 2 big jugs with water and brought them back. I boiled them on the stove to drink later. I saw some deer tracks near the stream and found a few fresh droppings. Nothing out of the ordinary. That afternoon, I saw a figure on the far hillside. At first, I thought it was a tree stump. I had just come out of the cabin to grab more firewood. The hillside faced the deck. The trees were thick, but there was an open patch about 200 yards away where the slope dipped. That's where I saw it. A dark shape, motionless. Something about it didn't look right. I squinted and stepped closer to the edge of the deck. It wasn't a stump. It was a man. He was just standing there perfectly still, facing my direction. Too far to make out any features, but I could clearly see the outline of a person. Standing straight, arms by his sides. I stood there for nearly a full minute. He didn't move at all. Not even a shift of weight or tilt of the head. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I stepped down off the porch and walked across the clearing, trying to get a better angle. I scanned the hillside again, the trees, the shadows. Nothing. I stood there for a long time, listening. Nothing but wind and a few birds. I told myself it was probably a hunter or someone hiking, though that made no sense. This property was surrounded by private land. There were no trails marked on the map. I hadn't seen a single sign of anyone else since I'd gotten here. No tire tracks, no footprints, no trash. Just trees and silence. Still, I let it go. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a tree stump, and my brain just filled in the rest. I've been tired after all. The next morning, there were boot prints near the edge of the clearing. Not mine. Mine were clearly visible coming from the cabin, looping around to the outhouse and back. But these were different. The treads were wider, deeper. They came from the forest, curved halfway around the cabin, and disappeared into the woods again. I stood there staring at them for a long time. They weren't fresh, but they weren't that old either. Maybe 6 to 8 hours. The dew had softened them slightly, but I could still see the outline of each sole. Big boots. I didn't panic, but I went inside and loaded the shotgun. I kept it by the door. The day was quiet. I stayed close to the cabin, mostly chopping wood and keeping my ears open. Every now and then I'd hear a crack in the woods and freeze, but nothing came out. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept the shotgun beside the bed. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined footsteps outside, the sound of breathing, something brushing against the wall. I got up 3 times to check the windows. On the 4th day, things got worse. It was about 11 a.m. I was sitting on the porch, drinking some coffee I'd made on the stove, trying to calm down. The sun was out, and the air felt normal. Then I saw the figure again. Same hillside, same exact spot. This time closer, maybe 150 yards. Still too far to see clearly, but I knew it was the same man, standing perfectly still, facing the cabin. I stared. He didn't move. He didn't wave. He didn't shout. I walked slowly back inside and picked up the shotgun. When I came back out, he was gone again. That night, I locked the windows and put a chair under the door handle. The generator was off. I didn't want any sound or light. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Footsteps, crunching softly across the leaves and pine needles outside. Slow, heavy, not an animal. I held my breath. Then I heard a soft tap. On the wall, just once. Then again, like someone was walking around the cabin, dragging their hand across the wood. I didn't move. I sat up in bed, holding the shotgun tight, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. Then the sound stopped. No footsteps, no taps, just total silence. I waited like that for what felt like an hour, but I don't know how long it was. Eventually, the sky started turning gray. I got up and stepped outside as soon as it was light enough to see. There were fresh prints again, this time circling the entire cabin, coming right up to the windows, right up to the door. I checked around the trees. Nothing. Whoever it was had come right up, circled me while I slept, and then walked off into the woods. I packed everything. I wanted to leave, but the dirt road back was now blocked. A tree had fallen across it. At first, I thought it was random, wind or age, but then I saw the marks, chainsaw cuts. The tree had been cut down deliberately, and no chainsaw sounds had echoed through the valley the day before. My chest felt tight. My head started spinning. I took my axe and started clearing the branches. It took me nearly 6 hours, but I got through. I wasn't even thinking about the vacation anymore. I just wanted out. I drove back down the road, slowly, keeping my eyes on the trees. Every shadow looked like a figure. Every bend in the road felt like it hid something. After 30 minutes, I stopped. More trees, 3 of them this time, all cut down across the road, a few hundred feet apart. No way around, no way through. I drove back to the cabin. My phone had no signal. The map didn't even load. The only thing I could do was wait until morning and hike out. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the shotgun across my lap. I sat in the one chair by the window, staring into the dark. At one point, around midnight, I saw a flicker of light in the distance. Not firelight, a flashlight, moving between the trees, slowly, side to side. Then it went out. I didn't blink for 10 minutes after that. When morning finally came, I packed a small bag, took the shotgun, locked the cabin behind me, and started walking. I didn't follow the road. I cut through the woods, heading south toward where I remembered the nearest town had been. I walked for hours. No sign of anyone, no sound of cars, just endless trees. Then I heard it. A branch snapped. not near. I decided to rent the cabin because I needed a break. Work had been wearing me down for months, and I was starting to feel the pressure building up in my head like a tight band. I wasn't sleeping right, wasn't eating right. Most nights I would sit in front of the TV, just zoning out, not really watching anything. I knew I needed to change something, so I told my boss I'd be gone for a week and searched online for somewhere far away, somewhere quiet. I found the listing by accident. It wasn't even on the main rental sites. It was just a small post on a local forum, barely any pictures. A single-story wooden cabin in the woods, no neighbors nearby, no phone signal, and no Wi-Fi. The pictures showed a small front porch, some trees in the background, and one dusty couch inside. It looked like the kind of place people used to build back in the 60s and then forgot about. But it was cheap, and I didn't care about luxury. I just wanted silence. The owner was an older guy who met me in the town nearby. He gave me a map and handed me a key that looked like it belonged to a storage unit. I followed his directions for almost an hour, half of it on cracked asphalt, the other half on a winding dirt road barely wide enough for my car. I passed no houses, no signs, just trees and more trees. When I finally pulled up to the place, I had to stop for a second and stare at it. It looked even more isolated in person. The trees were so thick around it that daylight barely came through. The porch had collapsed on one side, and the door leaned slightly in the frame. There was a rusty tin chimney, and I saw a little trail behind the house that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. But there were no tracks, no tire marks, not even footprints. It felt like I was the first person to stand there in years. Inside, it was what I expected, bare bones. One bedroom with a springy old mattress, one bathroom that barely flushed, and a living room with a fireplace, a wooden table, and that dusty couch. There was no TV, no radio, not even a clock on the wall. Just a few cracked windows and the sounds of the woods. At first, it felt peaceful. I didn't realize how much I needed the quiet until the second day. I slept better than I had in months, woke up with the sun, made myself simple meals on the gas stove, and sat outside on the steps reading or just watching the trees. The forest looked endless. No trails, no signs of other cabins or people. Just pine and silence. But on the third night, something changed. I was inside reading a book when I heard a soft crunch outside. At first I thought it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the steps sounded too slow, too careful. They stopped and started like someone was trying not to be heard. I turned off the lamp and stood still. The sound stopped too. I waited by the window for maybe 20 minutes, staring out at the trees and the moonlight. I saw nothing. The next morning I checked outside. There were no footprints. The ground was mostly dry leaves and hard dirt, so maybe that made sense. But the feeling I had stayed with me. It wasn't fear, not yet. Just a small itch in the back of my mind, like something wasn't right. That night, I locked the door and pushed the table in front of it. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I was being paranoid. But when I turned out the lights, the silence felt heavier. It was no longer calm or peaceful. It felt like something was waiting. The sound came again around midnight. This time it was clearer, slow steps circling the cabin. I held my breath and listened. The crunching stopped right outside my window. I didn't move. I stayed lying down, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Then the doorknob rattled, just once. I gripped the flashlight next to my bed and got up as quietly as I could. I peeked out the window, still nothing, but the air felt off, like I was being watched. After a while, the footsteps moved away, back into the woods. The next day, I found something strange. Behind the cabin, where the little trail led into the forest, someone had left a pile of stacked stones, perfectly balanced, about knee-high. I didn't remember it being there before. It looked deliberate, not something that happened naturally. I kicked it over and walked the trail a bit, but it just kept going into thicker woods. No footprints, no signs of life, just trees and silence. On the fifth day, things got worse. I woke up to find scratches on the cabin door. Not animal scratches. These were thin, straight lines, like someone had dragged a knife across the wood. There were 5 of them right above the handle. They weren't there the night before. I was sure of it. That's when the fear started to settle in for real. I packed a small bag and got in my car. I figured I'd drive back into town for the day, maybe get some food, maybe just spend the night in a motel. But the car wouldn't start. I turned the key again and again, but it just clicked. The battery had been fine the day before. I popped the hood, checked the cables. Everything looked normal. That's when I saw the tires. All 4 of them were slashed. Not just flat cut. Clean, deep slashes like someone used a knife or box cutter. I looked around the woods, spinning in place like an idiot. But it was just me. No movement, no sound. I ran back inside, locked the door, and stayed in the cabin for the rest of the day. Every time I thought I heard something outside, I turned off the lights and listened. Sometimes there was nothing. Other times, I heard faint footsteps or the sound of branches cracking. But no one ever knocked. No one ever spoke. Just movement in the dark. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the flashlight in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. I sat by the window watching. Around 3 a.m., I saw something move between the trees. It was fast, just a shadow crossing the moonlight. Then another. They didn't come closer. They just watched. Sometimes I could see them standing just beyond the tree line, not moving. By sunrise, they were gone. On the 6th day, I decided I needed to get out on foot. There was no cell service and my car was useless. The nearest town was over 20 miles away, but I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed what I could in a backpack, some food, water, flashlight, the knife, and locked the cabin behind me. As I walked down the dirt road, I kept checking behind me. For the first hour, I saw nothing, just trees and the occasional sound of a bird or squirrel. But by the 2nd hour, I started noticing the feeling again, like eyes on my back. I sped up, almost jogging. Then I saw something ahead of me. A shape stepped into the road. It was a man, tall, thin, wearing a dark coat. He didn't move, didn't wave, didn't speak, just stood there. I stopped. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to turn around and go back to the cabin, but something told me that was worse. So I stepped off the road and cut through the woods, hoping I could circle around him. I kept moving for hours, not sure where I was going. Just deeper and deeper into the forest, trying to put distance between me and the road. But the shapes kept appearing. Not close, never right in front of me, but always in the distance. A flash of movement, a figure between the trees, a faint sound of someone walking parallel to me. I couldn't tell how many there were, maybe 2, maybe 10, but they were always there. I was lost by sunset. My legs were sore, my throat was dry, and I hadn't seen a road or path in hours. I sat down under a tree and tried to think. That's when I heard the breathing. It was behind me. I stood up and turned, but no one was there. I ran. I don't know how far. I just ran until my legs gave out. When I stopped, it was dark. I found a small rocky spot with some cover and stayed there all night, listening to the woods around me. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I started walking again. No clue where I was going, just trying to move in one direction. By some miracle, I found the dirt road again around noon. I followed it, limping, dehydrated, until I saw a sign for a ranger station. It was old and looked abandoned, but I banged on the door anyway. A ranger came out. He looked shocked to see me. I told him where I had been, and he said that cabin hadn't been used in over 2 years. Said the guy who owned it died, and the place was supposed to be boarded up. When I told him I had rented it, he just stared at me. They took me into town, gave me water, checked my vitals. I filed a report, but there wasn't much they could do. I gave them the phone number of the man who gave me the key, but it was disconnected. They sent someone to check the cabin later that week. They found my slashed tires, my dead car, and more piles of stacked stones in the woods. Over a dozen of them all around the cabin. No fingerprints, no evidence, just silence. That was 6 months ago. I don't go into the woods anymore. I moved to the city, somewhere with noise and traffic and people. I still wake up some nights and think I hear someone walking outside my window. Sometimes I check the street. Sometimes I see a man just standing there. Then he's gone. But I don't care if I'm paranoid now. I trust the feeling. I listen to the silence. because I know what's out there, and I know they're still watching. I took time off work to stay alone in a small rental cabin up in northern Idaho, far from cell service or towns, just to clear my head. It was early fall, and the trees were already turning yellow and red. The cold was just starting to set in at night, but during the day, the sun still gave off enough warmth to keep it comfortable. I had been feeling drained from work, burnt out, just tired of city noise and people around me all the time. So when I found this place on a remote rental site, with barely any reviews and no photos except a few of the outside, I didn't think twice. It was cheap, isolated, and available. That was all I wanted. The drive took longer than I expected because the paved roads eventually turned to gravel, then to dirt. The directions had said the cabin was about 12 miles from the nearest main road. I remember thinking that seemed far, but I liked the idea of being that disconnected. By the time I arrived, my car was covered in dust, and the sun was starting to dip low. I remember stepping out and hearing how quiet everything was. No traffic, no birds, just wind in the trees and the soft crunch of leaves under my boots. The cabin looked like it had been there for decades. It wasn't run down exactly, but you could tell it was old. The wood was weathered and gray, the roof slanted a little, and there were mossy patches on the side that never saw the sun. There were 2 small steps up to a narrow porch and a front door that stuck when I pushed it open. Inside, it was basic but enough for me. There was a small living room with a couch and a wood stove, a little kitchen with a fridge and an old gas oven, a single bedroom with a full-sized bed, and a bathroom with a metal shower stall. Everything smelled faintly like wood smoke and something else I couldn't place. Not mold exactly, but damp, like old basements or storage sheds. The place had electricity, but no internet, and the rental site had said cell signals wouldn't reach there. That was true. My phone was just a dead rectangle once I got about halfway down the road in. I'd packed some food, a few books, and some tools just in case. I planned to cook, read, maybe hike a little, and sleep as much as I could. I didn't want to think about work or people or anything that reminded me of my regular life. That first night was quiet. I built a fire in the wood stove, cooked some eggs and toast, and sat in the old armchair by the window reading. Around midnight, I went to bed, and even though it was a little chilly, I fell asleep fast. No traffic, no sirens, no phones buzzing, just the sound of the wind and the trees outside. I woke up around 3 a.m. because of a sound. I don't know what exactly it was that woke me, just that it wasn't part of a dream. I lay still for a moment, listening. At first, I thought it might have been something outside, an animal maybe, but then I heard it again, faint and irregular. A dull knocking sound, like someone bumping into wood. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't constant. Just a tap, pause, then another. It seemed to come from under the cabin, somewhere below me. I stayed in bed, holding my breath, trying to decide if I'd imagined it. The wind picked up for a bit and masked everything, but when it died down, I heard the tapping again. A soft knock, then nothing, then another knock. A slow, uneven rhythm. It didn't sound mechanical or regular, like plumbing. It sounded like something lightly bumping or tapping wood. The cabin had a crawl space underneath, maybe 3 feet high. I'd seen the little wooden hatch at the back of the cabin when I arrived. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. I figured some small animal got under there. Maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. It didn't sound big, whatever it was. After a while, I didn't hear it again and eventually drifted off. The next morning, I went outside and walked around to the back. I kicked some of the dry leaves away and crouched down near the hatch. It was held shut with a rusty latch, and the wood looked swollen and dark from years of rain. I didn't want to deal with it, so I left it alone. There was no odor, no fur, no sign of anything trying to get in or out. I told myself it was probably some old house noise, like the wood creaking or settling from the cold. I tried to forget about it. That day passed slowly. I went for a short hike, sat by a small stream, and ate granola bars and jerky. I didn't see anyone, not even an airplane overhead. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was already behind the hills, and the cold came quickly. I started a fire and boiled water for tea, then sat in the chair again with a blanket. Around 9 p.m., I heard the sound again. This time it was different. It was still faint, but there was movement with it, like a soft dragging or sliding. Then a pause. Then the knock again. Then the sound of something moving. It wasn't under the floor directly this time. It was more like it was moving slowly along the edges of the crawl space under the walls. It would stop for a while, then pick up again. I felt my heart rate rise, but I stayed quiet and just listened. It didn't sound aggressive. It didn't sound like it was trying to break in, but it sounded deliberate, like something slowly exploring the space. I barely slept that night. I kept waiting for the noise to stop, but it kept coming and going in waves. Sometimes it got louder. At one point, it sounded like something bumped up against a heating pipe beneath the floor. A soft metal clang, then silence, then more movement. The next morning, I was tired, but I couldn't sit around anymore. I walked the whole perimeter of the cabin again. The hatch was still closed. I crouched and knocked on it once, and the sound felt solid. No response. Nothing. I considered opening it, but I didn't have gloves or any real reason to crawl under there, so I just moved on. I made breakfast, drank coffee, and told myself maybe it was some kind of rodent. Maybe a skunk or an opossum. I didn't even know what animals lived out there. That afternoon, I decided to try fishing in the creek a little further down the hill. I was gone for maybe 4 hours. When I came back, I noticed something was different. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. The door was still locked. The windows weren't broken. But when I went into the bedroom, one of my socks was missing. Just one. I remembered putting them both on the bed when I changed earlier. Now one was gone. I looked all over the room, checked under the bed, under my bag, everywhere. I found the other one on the floor near the closet. Just one. The other never turned up. That night, the noises came back worse. Around midnight, I heard something loud hit one of the floor beams. Then came rapid scratching like claws or nails scraping wood. Then silence. Then scratching again. It didn't stop for a long time. At one point, I moved out to the couch and tried to sleep there, but the sounds followed me. They were underneath, moving with me. It felt like whatever was under there knew where I was. Around 4 a.m., I finally snapped. I put on boots, grabbed my flashlight, and went outside with a pry bar from the shed out back. I crouched at the hatch and yanked it open. The wood groaned, and a burst of cold, damp air hit my face. I shined the light inside. The crawl space was cramped and full of cobwebs. Old insulation hung in strips from the floor above. There were a few broken boards, a rusted bucket, and a roll of wire, but nothing moved. I crawled in slowly, knees sinking into the soft dirt. I checked every corner I could reach, shining the light around, but I didn't see anything.
No animals, no fur, no bones.
Just old wood and dirt. Then, near the far side, I found something I didn't expect. A small pile of items. My missing sock was there, crumpled and dirty. Next to it was a spoon from the kitchen, and a piece of folded plastic wrapper from one of my granola bars. None of them were there the day before. Something had brought them under. Carefully, deliberately, I backed out slowly, heart pounding. I closed the hatch and dragged a log in front of it. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just threw my stuff into the bag, grabbed my keys, and left. I didn't clean, I didn't double-check drawers, I just left. On the drive out, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting something to follow or show itself, but the road stayed quiet. When I got back to a paved road and finally had cell service again, I stopped and called the number from the rental listing. No one answered. I left a message but never got a reply. Later, out of curiosity, I tried searching the cabin's address online again. The rental post was gone. I checked the site's history through archived links, but it was like the cabin was never there. I never figured out what had been under that floor. Maybe it was some animal that had learned how to get into the cabin and take things. Maybe it was someone else who had once lived there and never really left. Maybe it was just something feral, something that didn't care about being seen. All I know is that it knew I was there. It knew where I slept. It knew what I owned. And it didn't want to hurt me. Not yet. It just wanted to share the space. That was enough for me. I never went back. I wasn't planning to stay at the cabin for more than a few days. It was just supposed to be a quiet place to clear my head and stay away from everything. A friend of mine, James, owned the place. Tiny, no electricity, no running water, no cell signal, no neighbors for miles. Just a rough little structure tucked into the hills about an hour from the nearest highway, surrounded by trees, and at the edge of a dry, crusty lake bed that had been empty since the mid-90s. The cabin was built out of untreated wood, with an old tin roof that rattled when the wind kicked up. There was a single bed frame with a mattress so hard it may as well have been wood. There was no insulation, and when I got there, I had to sweep out mouse droppings, dead moths, and leaves that had blown in through the gaps in the door. The windows didn't have curtains. One of them didn't even have glass, just a wooden shutter that didn't close all the way. It wasn't luxurious, but I didn't care. I wasn't there for comfort. I just needed to be away. I brought what I thought I'd need: canned food, a big jug of drinking water, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, batteries, a hand axe, a folding knife, a notebook, and a solar-powered charger for my small radio. I didn't expect to be gone long. I didn't tell many people where I was going either. That was the whole point. I was tired of everything: calls, texts, noise, traffic. I wanted to hear the wind and the creak of trees and my own thoughts for once. The first 2 days were uneventful. I chopped some firewood, tried to fish in a shallow stream a mile out, though I didn't catch anything. I mostly sat out front, facing the trees. That view, with the tall pine and birch trees all around me, looked like a sea of stillness. I'd stare at it for hours. I never saw any big animals, just some squirrels, a few birds, and once a fox that darted off when it saw me. On the third night, I started to feel like I wasn't alone. I don't mean I heard something or saw anything specific. It was more like a tight feeling in my stomach. I sat on the porch after sunset, staring into the trees. The sun was gone, but the sky still had that deep blue color. The air smelled of dry wood and dirt. And then, while I sat there, I just started feeling watched. Like if I turned my head at the right moment, I'd catch a pair of eyes staring at me from just past the tree line. But no matter how many times I looked, I didn't see anything. Just more black space between the trunks. That night, I didn't sleep well. The mattress had always been uncomfortable, but now I couldn't stop hearing things. Twigs snapping outside. A scrape against the tin wall. Not loud. Not enough to say something was definitely there. Just soft little sounds that could have been the wind or a rabbit or my mind. I kept the flashlight next to me and I kept flicking it on every 20 minutes or so. Every time I did, I'd stare through the cracks in the wall, listening hard. Nothing. Just silence and darkness. The next morning, I found something odd. There were footprints. Not animal ones. These were human, barefoot, and they weren't mine. They started at the edge of the trees about 40 feet from the cabin and came in a wide arc around the side. They didn't lead to the door. They circled the cabin and ended behind it, near a pile of rocks. They were shallow but clear. I stood over them for a while, trying to understand how I hadn't heard someone walking around outside. The ground was dry and crunchy. You couldn't walk on it without making noise. But I hadn't heard anything besides those faint snapping sounds. What bothered me even more was that the prints were clean. No signs of the person stumbling or rushing. Just slow, even steps, as if they were calmly pacing around me while I slept. I spent the rest of that day on edge. I kept checking over my shoulder. I walked the perimeter of the cabin twice. I climbed onto a small hill behind the lake bed to see if there was anyone camping nearby. Nothing. Just trees. Dead silence. No other signs of life. That night I didn't sleep. I stayed up sitting in the corner of the room with my flashlight on my lap, the axe resting beside me. I kept the lantern burning too so I could see every part of the cabin. At some point during the night, I thought I saw movement through the crack between the door and the frame. Just a flicker like something passed by. I waited. No sounds. No footsteps. But I didn't move either. I just stared at that crack until sunrise. When the morning came, I finally stepped outside. There were more footprints. This time they came right up to the window. They weren't in a straight path either. They zigzagged. Some were close together, like the person had stopped mid-step. I followed them around the cabin again, and sure enough, they looped back into the trees. But this time they didn't go far. I could still see the faint outlines leading to a tree near the edge of the woods. I stood there staring at that tree for a long time. There was nothing in it, nothing behind it, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone had stood there, staring at the cabin all night. I spent the rest of that day inside, keeping the door locked and the axe nearby. I thought about leaving, but it was a long walk to my car, and even then, the car was parked at a gravel pull-off at the end of a trailhead nearly 30 minutes from the nearest paved road. If someone was messing with me out here, they knew how to move quietly. They knew the woods. Leaving in a panic could make things worse. That night, I turned off all the lights and sat silently with my back to the wall. I didn't make a sound. I didn't eat. I just waited and listened. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time I was sure. I heard slow, steady footsteps outside on the gravel path that wrapped around the cabin. They were soft but clear, like someone walking carefully in a wide circle again and again. I didn't dare move. I didn't even breathe deeply. I stared at the shutter on the window, and after a while, the steps stopped. I waited another hour before I even reached for the flashlight. When I finally turned it on, I pointed it at the cracks in the wall, the door, the shutter. Nothing. But the next morning, I found something even worse than footprints. There was a strip of bark peeled off the door, right near the handle. It wasn't broken or carved, just peeled, like someone had dug their fingernails under it and slowly pulled it away. I checked the door, it was still shut, still locked. But I stood there staring at that strip of bare wood for what felt like hours. This wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. Someone was trying to scare me. I made up my mind to leave the next morning. I packed up everything, cleaned the cabin as best as I could, and sat with my bag beside me all day, waiting for morning. I wasn't going to walk that trail at night. I didn't know what was out there. That night, I didn't hear any footsteps. No twigs, no tapping, no movement. But at sunrise, when I opened the door, I found something that froze me in place. There was a dead rabbit on the front step. Its neck had been twisted, not chewed or torn like an animal kill, just broken. Its eyes were open, and its body was stiff. Next to it, drawn into the dust with a stick or maybe a finger, was a circle with an X through it. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed my bag and started walking. The trail that led to my car was narrow, winding through thick brush. The trees closed in on both sides, and I kept turning around every few minutes. I walked fast, but not too fast. I didn't want to make noise. The whole way, I felt eyes on me. Not once did I see anyone, but twice, I stopped and listened, and I swear I heard movement in the woods, pacing me. Once on the left, once on the right. When I finally reached the road and saw my car, I ran the last stretch. I didn't even look behind me. I just jumped in, started the engine, and peeled out. Dust flew up behind the wheels. I drove until I saw another car, and then I didn't stop until I was back in town. That was 3 months ago. I never told James what happened. I didn't want him thinking I was crazy. He asked if I enjoyed the cabin, and I just said yeah, it was quiet, just what I needed. I haven't been back since. But last week, something happened. I got a letter, no return address, no postmark, just dropped in my mailbox. Inside was a photo. It was a picture of the cabin, taken from the woods, taken at night. And in the photo, through the window, you can see me, sitting on the bed, looking right at the camera. I moved out of my apartment that night. I don't live alone anymore. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. But sometimes, I still wake up in the middle of the night and think I hear footsteps outside. I tell myself it's just my mind, just stress. But then I remember the circle with the X, the dead rabbit, the bark on the door, the photo. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to hurt me. They were watching, waiting, and I don't think they've stopped. I wasn't planning to stay in a cabin. The original plan was to visit my cousin who lived about 2 hours north of the city, but he had to fly out last minute for a job thing. I had already booked the time off work, packed everything, and mentally prepared to get out of the city, so I decided to go anyway. My cousin told me about this cabin his friend sometimes rented out. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small one-bedroom place tucked away deep in the woods, maybe 20 minutes from the nearest town. He gave me the number, I made the call, paid online, and that was that. I didn't think too much about it. I was honestly looking forward to some quiet. Work had been killing me for months. I was burnt out, tired of people, tired of emails, tired of noise. I just wanted somewhere to breathe, somewhere I could read a book, sleep whenever I wanted, and maybe take a few walks in the woods. The cabin seemed perfect for that. I left early in the morning and took my time driving up. The roads got quieter the further I went. Gas stations became less frequent. Cell service started dropping out here and there. Eventually, I turned onto this narrow, cracked road that weaved through dense pine trees. My GPS had already gone dead, so I had to go by memory and a printed map I kept in the glove box. I pulled up to the cabin around 2 in the afternoon. It was just how my cousin described it. Small, weathered, simple. The place sat on a little patch of dirt, surrounded by tall trees in every direction. There was a narrow gravel path that led from the road to the porch. I couldn't see any other houses nearby. No fences, no power lines, just trees and sky and quiet. A single rusted mailbox stood at the end of the driveway with no name on it. I grabbed my backpack and a duffel bag and walked up the creaky porch steps. The key had been left under a loose stone beside the front door, just like I was told. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. It smelled like dry wood and old pine needles. The place was small, one room for the kitchen and living space, a tiny bathroom with a shaky door, and a narrow bedroom with a single bed and a wooden dresser. No TV, no radio, no Wi-Fi, just a few old paperback novels on a shelf and some dusty board games. I dropped my stuff and sat down on the small couch. It was quiet, really quiet. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves outside and a few chirps of birds. But that was it. No cars, no people. Felt good at first. Peaceful. I stayed there for 4 nights. The first 2 were calm. I read. I made simple meals, mostly canned soup, eggs, toast. I took walks around the woods in the afternoon, staying close to the cabin. I slept early and deep, since there was nothing else to do after sunset. But on the 3rd night, something changed. I had gone to bed early again. It was cold, so I layered up in sweatpants and a hoodie, pulled the blanket tight, and turned off the little bedside lamp. The only light came from the thin moonlight leaking through the cracks in the curtains. I was drifting off when I thought I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a small sound outside, maybe leaves crunching. I figured it was probably an animal. There were squirrels and rabbits everywhere out there. But then I heard it again. This time it sounded more like a footstep. Not a big one, just one step on dry ground, then nothing, then another, then silence. I sat up in bed. My heart was beating a little faster. I stared at the bedroom door. The cabin didn't have locks on any of the inside doors, just simple knobs. I held my breath and listened, but the sound was gone. Everything was still again. I stayed sitting up for a long while, probably 20 minutes. I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I heard a deer walking by, or maybe it was just a branch falling. I finally lay back down and tried to sleep. The next morning, I told myself not to overthink it. I went for another short walk, but I kept looking over my shoulder more than usual. I stayed closer to the cabin. I didn't see anyone or anything, just a few birds and a lot of trees. That night, the sound came again. I had just turned off the light when I heard a single thump outside. Then a few slow steps. I sat up immediately and held my breath. The steps weren't fast or rushed. They were slow, heavy, measured. I slipped out of bed and tiptoed to the window. I didn't open the curtain all the way, just enough to peek through. At first, I saw nothing but trees and moonlight. But then, I noticed something move, something low to the ground. Just a shadow. It moved behind a tree and stayed there. I stared for what felt like forever, trying to see it again. But nothing moved after that. I waited and waited, then finally crawled back into bed, barely able to sleep. The next day, I decided I had to check. I walked outside after the sun came up and looked around the cabin. I didn't see anything unusual at first, but then I noticed a set of marks near the back of the cabin, about 10 feet from the wall. The ground there was soft and it looked like someone or something had stood there. 2 clear indentations like footprints, but not quite like boots or shoes. They were too broad. The spacing was off. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I told myself again it could be anything, maybe a large animal, maybe a hiker passing through. But the way the steps were placed, it looked like something had been standing still, just facing the cabin. I didn't go for a walk that day. I kept the doors locked. I shut all the curtains. I stayed inside and kept a heavy flashlight close. The cabin had no phone service, and I hadn't brought a satellite phone. I had no way of contacting anyone unless I got in my car and drove 15 or 20 minutes back toward town. I didn't want to leave yet. I thought maybe I was overreacting. I thought maybe I was just spooking myself. That night, I went to bed early again. I was exhausted from the stress. I left the flashlight beside my pillow and kept the bedroom door open this time. Around midnight, I woke up to a soft sound. Not footsteps this time. A soft knock. Just one. Then nothing. I froze. I waited. My eyes adjusted to the dark. The sound came again. A soft bump, like something tapping against the front door. Then I heard a small scraping noise. Not loud, just faint, like fingers or claws dragging against the wood. I sat up in bed and didn't move. I kept listening. It went quiet again. Then, after about a minute, I heard the sound of the porch steps creaking. Something was on the porch. I stared at the open bedroom door. The front door was just 30 feet away from where I was lying. I could see a sliver of moonlight coming in under the main door. I watched it. I didn't blink. I just stared. Then I saw a shadow pass in front of the light. It was quick. Just one slow step. Then another. Something or someone was outside the door. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that. I didn't move a muscle. My throat was dry. My legs were cramping. I sat there until the light under the door was empty again. Until the creak stopped. Until it was just silence again. In the morning, I stepped outside carefully. The porch had 3 long scratch marks running down the middle step. The kind that didn't look like they were made by boots or claws. More like metal or a tool of some kind. I walked a few feet out and noticed more of those strange footprints circling the edge of the trees. Whoever it was, or whatever it was, hadn't come from the road. They came from the woods. That was when I decided to leave. I packed fast. I grabbed everything, tossed it into my bags, and threw them into the back seat. I didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't shower. I just wanted out. But when I got into the car and turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't even try to start. It just clicked once. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood, checked the battery cables. They looked fine, but the battery was stone dead. I checked my phone, no service. Not even a flicker of signal. I had no idea how a battery could just die like that overnight, especially since it had been working fine the whole time. But it was dead. I couldn't go anywhere. I thought about walking to the road, but it was a long way, and I didn't feel safe going out there alone. Not after what I saw. I went back into the cabin and locked the door again. That whole day, I didn't move much. I barely ate. I just sat on the floor with my flashlight in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Every time I heard a twig snap or leaves rustle, I froze. Night came fast, and I knew I wouldn't sleep. I turned off all the lights, sat in the bedroom corner, and waited. Sometime after midnight, the sounds started again. This time, it wasn't just steps. It was breathing. I could hear it through the wall. Slow, shallow, raspy breathing. Right outside the bedroom window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then something tapped the window glass. Just once. Then again. Louder. And then I heard the door creak open. I knew I had locked it. I checked it 3 times. But I heard it swing open anyway. I stood up slowly and stepped into the hallway. The front door was wide open. Cold air came rushing in. I pointed my flashlight at it and saw nothing outside. But when I turned around to go back to the room, I wasn't planning on staying there for more than a few days. My brother had bought the place about 6 months before, and he hadn't had time to go back and check on it. He lived 2 states away and asked me as a favor if I could drive up and take a look, spend a couple nights, and make sure everything was still intact after a big storm had come through that area a few weeks earlier. He offered to pay for my gas and food, and I didn't have anything going on at the time, so I said sure. The cabin was up in a heavily wooded area in northern Idaho. I didn't know the exact population of the nearest town, but it felt like no more than a couple hundred. When I arrived there that first afternoon, I filled up my truck and bought everything I thought I'd need for about a week, just in case I decided to stay longer. I stocked up on canned soup, bottled water, protein bars, coffee, some dry firewood bundles, a big bag of jerky, and a few other things like toilet paper, flashlight batteries, and paper towels. The cabin was about a 45-minute drive out of town. It sat back behind a long dirt path that looked more like a trail than a road. I had to go slow on the way in. The path twisted through trees and some tight spaces between rocks and bushes, and at one point I thought I'd scraped the side of my truck, but I didn't get out to check. I just wanted to get there before dark. When I finally pulled up to the clearing, the place looked pretty much how I remembered it from the last time I'd seen photos. My brother had shown me pictures right after he bought it. He was excited about it and had big plans to fix it up, maybe rent it out to hikers or hunters. It was a 2-room structure made from thick, weathered logs with a green metal roof. There was a small outhouse in the back and a big metal fire pit about 20 feet in front. The front steps were uneven, but the door was solid. When I opened it and stepped inside, the smell hit me immediately. It smelled like mold, smoke, and old wood. It wasn't terrible, but it was thick. The air was musty, like the place had been sealed up too long. I opened the 2 windows to let some air in and walked around slowly, checking everything. The wood stove in the corner looked fine. The mattress on the old iron bed was sagging a little in the middle, but still usable. There was a small kitchen setup with a propane stove, some pots, an empty pantry, and a counter made from old boards. The water pump out front still worked, but only cold water. There was no electricity, just a couple of battery lanterns. I unpacked my things, lit a small fire in the stove to chase out the chill, and heated up some soup for dinner. That first night was quiet. I stayed up a little late reading one of the paperbacks I brought with me and then climbed into bed around midnight. I fell asleep to the sound of wind moving through the trees outside and the occasional creak of the logs shifting. The next morning, I got up early. I made coffee with the little percolator, sat on the steps with a blanket around my shoulders, and watched the trees sway in the wind. I didn't see or hear a single car or person. It felt like I was the only person for miles. That day, I spent most of the time walking the area around the cabin. There was a small trail that led down to a creek maybe 10 minutes away, and I followed it for a while, then circled back and chopped up some firewood. I swept out the cabin, checked the roof and windows for damage, and made notes for my brother. That night, I noticed something strange. Right before I went to bed, maybe around 11:30, I thought I heard a noise outside. At first it sounded like a branch snapping, which didn't seem unusual. It was windy. But then I heard what I thought was footsteps, slow, heavy ones, coming from around the side of the cabin. I stood still for a long time, just listening. I had the fire going low, and the cabin was quiet inside. The footsteps stopped. I turned off the lantern and stood near the window trying to look out, but I couldn't see much. The moon was blocked by clouds, and outside was just dark and still. After 5 minutes of nothing, I convinced myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal passing through. But the next night, the same thing happened again. That time, it was around 1 a.m. I was already asleep when I woke up to what sounded like slow movement outside, steps on dry leaves. Not fast, not loud, but deliberate. I sat up in bed and listened. This time, the sound circled the cabin. Step, step, then silence. Then again, on the other side. It was like someone walking a slow circle around the entire cabin. I didn't have a gun with me, but I had a hatchet by the wood pile and I grabbed it. I didn't go outside. I stayed right near the window and tried to see anything in the dark. Again, nothing. The footsteps eventually stopped. I stayed awake for another hour, heart pounding the whole time, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I walked around the entire cabin, checking the ground. I looked for footprints or any kind of sign, but there was nothing I could be sure of. The leaves were disturbed in a few spots, but it was windy, and animals moved through here all the time. I tried not to let it bother me. Maybe it was a bear, maybe even just the wind playing tricks. But that night, it came closer. It was nearly 2 a.m. I woke up to a sound that didn't belong. A soft crunch right outside the wall near my head. Then again. Then a few more steps. The footsteps were slow, but they stopped right outside the front wall. I didn't move. I just lay there listening. Then I heard something that sent a cold wave through my whole body. There was the sound of breathing. Not loud, not huffing. Just slow, steady breathing. Like someone standing right outside the wall, no more than 2 feet away. I waited for what felt like an hour. Then the breathing stopped. The steps moved again, slowly away from the cabin and into the woods. I stayed awake the rest of the night. In the morning, I made the decision to leave early. I'd seen enough. The cabin was fine structurally. I'd write everything up and send it to my brother. I packed up my things and started carrying bags to the truck. But when I got there, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There were muddy handprints on the driver's side window. Not smudges, not raindrops, clear human handprints. One right on the glass, one on the side mirror, one just above the door handle. I hadn't driven the truck in days. The prints weren't mine. I turned around and looked at the woods. Nothing moved. I went back inside and locked the door. I waited for a few hours, trying to calm myself down. I didn't want to drive that rough trail in a panic and end up in a ditch. Around 4 p.m., I got in the truck and drove out. It was rough going, but I made it back to the road. I didn't see anyone the whole time. No other vehicles, no hikers, no hunters. I stayed in a motel that night, one town over. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I called my brother and told him everything. I kept it calm, didn't try to sound dramatic. He believed me but didn't know what to say. He promised to have a friend who lived nearby go check it out. A week later, his friend, a local guy, went up there during the day. He told my brother everything looked fine. No signs of people, no tracks, no damage, no handprints. But he did mention something else. The grass behind the cabin had been trampled down in a wide circle. He said it looked like someone had been walking around in circles there, over and over, wearing boots. My brother never went back to the cabin after that. A month later, he sold it. He never told the buyer about the strange things that happened, and I never went back. I think about it sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, about the footsteps, about the breathing outside the wall, about the handprints on the glass, and how I never, not once, saw the person behind them, but they saw me every night. I was at a point in my life where I felt like everything was too loud. Every little thing. The honking of cars, the endless emails, the non-stop work calls, the crowded sidewalks was too much. I couldn't think straight anymore. I wasn't sleeping properly. I kept snapping at people for no reason. I was burned out and tired in a way I didn't know how to explain to anyone around me. So I decided to take some time off work and get away from the city. I searched online for remote cabin rentals and found a place about 5 hours north of where I lived. It was in the middle of nowhere, deep in the woods, by a lake that barely showed up on the map. The pictures looked peaceful. The place didn't have Wi-Fi or cell signal, and the listing even mentioned that the last few miles required driving on a dirt road that could get muddy if it rained. That sounded perfect to me. I needed something completely quiet and cut off. I packed everything I thought I'd need: canned food, dry snacks, water jugs, a portable solar charger, a first aid kit, books, a flashlight, extra batteries, warm clothes, and a small camping stove. I wasn't planning to leave the cabin for a week. The drive up was long but uneventful. I stopped at a gas station about 45 minutes from the cabin to fill up my tank and get some last-minute snacks. After that, I drove through long, empty stretches of 2-lane roads surrounded by thick trees. There weren't many houses out that way. Eventually, I reached the dirt road the listing mentioned. It was narrower than I expected and full of small rocks and ruts, and it climbed up slowly into the hills. I didn't see any signs or markers except for one old wooden sign nailed to a tree that said, "Private property, no hunting." I followed the road for what felt like half an hour before I reached the cabin. It was a small wooden building, maybe 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, with a porch out front and a shed out back. The lake was just a short walk downhill from the cabin. The trees around it were tall and dense. The whole area was silent except for birds and the occasional wind moving through the leaves. I felt a strange mix of peace and nervousness, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person alive. I parked the car off to the side and unloaded everything. The key was in a lockbox by the front door, just like the owner said it would be. Inside, the cabin was simple and old-fashioned. Wooden walls and floor, one big room with a bed in one corner and a small sitting area in the other, and a tiny kitchen with an old gas stove and a sink. The bathroom was in the back, just a toilet and a small shower. There was no TV, no radio, no clocks. I didn't even see a smoke detector. I lit a few candles since the light bulbs inside were weak and yellowish. I wasn't planning to use much power anyway. I just wanted to rest. The first night was uneventful. I cooked some instant soup, read a bit, and went to bed early. The mattress was firm, and I could hear the wind outside all night. But the quiet was exactly what I needed. No sirens, no traffic, no phones buzzing. Just the trees and the wind and the occasional creak from the old cabin. The next day, I spent walking around the area. There was no one else nearby as far as I could tell. No trails, no signs of other people. I walked to the lake, sat by the water, and skipped stones. I collected some firewood from fallen branches. I saw a few deer tracks and heard what might have been a coyote in the distance, but I didn't see any animals. I cooked a can of beans for lunch, then read for hours. That night, I made a fire in the little fireplace and sat in front of it for a long time, just listening to it crackle. I didn't notice anything strange until the third night. I was lying in bed reading with a headlamp on, and I thought I heard footsteps outside. At first, I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the steps didn't sound like four-legged steps. They were slow and even. One step, then a pause. Another step, then another. It didn't sound like something wandering. It sounded like someone walking carefully. I turned off my headlamp and sat up in bed, listening. The steps stopped. I waited for what felt like 10 minutes, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I got out of bed, walked to the front door, and slowly opened it. I didn't see anything. The porch was empty. The woods were still and quiet. I stood there for a while, looking out, but nothing moved. I told myself maybe I imagined it or it was just the wind pushing something across the ground. I went back inside and locked the door. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for footprints or any sign of something walking by. I didn't see anything clear. The ground was dry, and the leaves were thick in some areas. But near the edge of the porch, I saw something that didn't look like it belonged there. A piece of thin rope, maybe 6 inches long. It looked old and dirty, like it had been lying out in the woods for a while. I didn't remember seeing it before. I picked it up and tossed it into the fire pit. I tried to shake it off. I told myself the wind could have blown the rope there, or maybe it was dropped by a bird or some animal. But a part of me felt off. I couldn't explain it. It just felt like something had shifted. That afternoon, I stayed inside more than usual. I kept looking out the windows. I kept feeling like something was off. The air felt heavier. The trees felt closer. That night, I locked the door and closed the curtains, even though there weren't any neighbors. I left a flashlight by the bed and kept a heavy piece of firewood nearby, just in case. I fell asleep eventually, but it wasn't deep sleep. I kept waking up. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound I couldn't place at first. It was a scraping sound, not loud but steady, like something being dragged across wood. I stayed still and listened. The sound was coming from the side of the cabin. Slow scraping, then a pause, then more scraping. I sat up and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't want to turn it on yet. I walked to the front window and peeked out through a small gap in the curtain. There was someone standing near the shed. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't an animal. It was clearly a person, just standing still. Couldn't make out any details. I froze. My body went cold. I watched for at least 2 full minutes. The figure didn't move, just stood there facing the cabin. I slowly backed away from the window. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell service. I couldn't call anyone. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to make noise. I sat in the corner of the cabin, holding the flashlight in one hand and the heavy firewood in the other, just waiting. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke up at sunrise. I jumped up and ran to the window. There was no one there. I ran outside and checked the shed. The door was closed, and there was nothing unusual inside. Just old tools, a rusted rake, and some broken chairs. But then I saw something on the side of the cabin where the noise came from. Scratches. 3 long scratches in the wood, about waist high, like someone had dragged a metal tool across it. Not deep, but fresh. The wood was lighter where it had been scratched. I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know why someone would do that and just leave. I didn't know how they found the cabin in the first place. I thought about leaving, driving back early, but I kept telling myself maybe it was just some local messing around. Maybe it was a hunter or someone who lived nearby trying to scare people. Maybe it was a random drifter passing through. I convinced myself that if someone wanted to hurt me, they would have done it already. The next day was quiet again. I walked down to the lake and sat there for a while. I tried to think clearly. I kept telling myself that the whole point of coming here was to disconnect, to get away from stress, and I was letting my imagination get the best of me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed up with a candle lit and a chair pushed against the front door. I kept thinking I heard things outside. Twigs snapping, wind brushing against the walls, maybe faint footsteps, but I couldn't be sure. I sat there all night, wide awake, just waiting for the sun. At dawn, I made a decision. I packed everything quickly and loaded the car. I didn't care that I had 3 more days left in the rental. I just wanted to leave. But when I went to start the car, it didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. The engine clicked, then nothing. I opened the hood and looked around, but I don't know much about engines. Nothing looked obviously wrong, but something wasn't right. The battery seemed fine. There was gas in the tank. It just wouldn't start. Then I saw it. The distributor cap was missing. Someone had taken it. I looked around, heart pounding. I was sure I hadn't touched it. I hadn't opened the hood since I arrived. Someone had opened my car and removed it during the night. I stood there frozen for a long time. I was too far from the nearest house to walk for help. I was miles off any paved road, and whoever had done it could still be nearby watching. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with some food, water, a flashlight, and a knife I kept in the kitchen. I decided I'd walk down the dirt road and try to find help. I locked the cabin behind me and started walking fast, almost jogging. I kept looking behind me, half expecting someone to appear from the trees. About a mile down the road, I found it. I rented a small wooden cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. It was early October. The weather had just started getting colder, and the leaves on the trees were turning orange and red. The cabin was located around 6 miles from the nearest paved road, surrounded by nothing but trees, narrow dirt paths, and steep hills. I wanted to be alone for a while to focus on finishing the book I had been struggling with for over a year. My plan was simple: stay up there for 3 weeks completely off the grid. I brought enough food, water, batteries, and fuel for the generator to last me the entire time. I had no cell signal out there. That was part of the appeal. The cabin was small, 1 room with a bed in the corner, a wood stove for heat, a desk I brought with me, and a narrow kitchen with a propane stove. There was a bathroom on the side of the cabin with a tank system I filled manually. No running water, no internet. I brought a large plastic barrel for washing and another smaller one for drinking and cooking. I'd fill them at the small creek about a 1/4 mile away. I also brought a satellite radio to use in case of emergencies. The first 2 days were peaceful. I unpacked slowly, got used to the quiet, and wrote about 1,000 words each day. I sat by the stove at night and read until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. I slept deeply, better than I had in years. The silence was real. Not city silence, not apartment silence. I mean nothing, no cars, no horns, no voices, not even wind most nights. Just still air and the distant creaking of trees. By the third day, I started hearing something outside the cabin at night. It began as small crunching sounds, like leaves being stepped on. I assumed it was deer or a fox. The area had plenty of wildlife, and I had seen a few tracks near the path when I first arrived. I wasn't afraid, but I did get curious. The noise came from the same area every night, right near the side of the cabin where the bedroom window was. It would start around 2 a.m., last for 5 or 10 minutes, then stop. I didn't think much of it the first 2 nights. Animals came and went all the time, especially in a place like that. On the 6th night, I got out of bed and quietly looked through the curtain, just in case I could spot what it was. I didn't expect to see anything. It was almost pitch black outside. I had no outside lights on, just the faint glow from the wood stove. I saw nothing, but I heard something. It wasn't loud, just this very slow, soft dragging noise, like something rough was being pulled across the ground, maybe a branch or even some heavy cloth. It stopped before I could figure out where it came from. That was the first night I had trouble falling back asleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin carefully. I checked the ground under the window, and I saw faint impressions in the dirt. Not deep enough to be clear footprints, just enough to show that someone or something had been standing there. I bent down and looked closely. The ground was dry, but there were these odd smudges like the dirt had been swept lightly in a line. I followed the marks about 10 feet toward the trees, but they faded into the pine needles and disappeared. That whole day, I couldn't focus on writing. My mind kept going back to the sound. The way it stopped exactly after a few minutes. The odd dragging noise. I didn't think it was serious yet. Maybe just an animal messing around outside. I had bear spray and a hunting knife, and the cabin had a lock on the front and back doors. But I did start feeling uneasy. I couldn't explain why. Just this slow growing tension that stuck in my chest and didn't go away. That night, I left the window curtain slightly open. I kept a flashlight next to the bed, and I stayed awake reading, half listening for the sounds. They came again just after 2:10 a.m. this time. First the crunching leaves, then the dragging noise again. But now it felt slower, more drawn out, like someone was trying to make it quiet on purpose. I got up and slowly moved to the window. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I stood there, still, my hand resting on the windowsill. I saw a figure. It was just standing there, maybe 10 feet from the window, still as a statue. I couldn't see their face, just the outline, tall, medium build, wearing a coat or maybe a jacket. Nothing flashy, nothing that screamed danger, but just the way it was standing there. Not moving, not making a sound. It didn't feel right. I stayed there for what felt like a full minute. The figure didn't move. Then it slowly stepped backward into the trees. I didn't chase it. I just stood there and watched until it disappeared. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I found clearer footprints outside. Not boots, not heavy shoes, just thin, flat patterns in the soil, a bit longer than my own feet. I wasn't sure if it was a man or woman, but it was someone. Someone had been standing outside my cabin, watching. I should have left that morning. I know that now, but part of me didn't want to overreact. Maybe it was a hiker who got lost, or a hunter, or someone just messing around. But still, 6 miles into the woods, no car parked at the trailhead, no tire marks. I hadn't heard any gunshots either. I spent that whole day tense. I kept the knife closer. I checked the lock twice on both doors. I didn't write anything. My stomach felt tight, like I was about to be sick, even though I hadn't eaten anything bad. I didn't even make a fire that night. I didn't want any light escaping through the windows. Around 2 a.m., I sat by the window again. This time I waited with the flashlight off and my hand tight around the knife. The figure came back. Same exact time, same place, just standing. This time it was a little closer. It didn't do anything. No words, no motion, just that blank, watching stillness. After about 2 minutes, it stepped back again. Same pace, same angle, gone into the trees. I stayed up until daylight. By now I was sure This wasn't some random person passing through. They were watching me. They knew I was inside. They knew I was alone. And they were coming back every single night. The next day, I went down to the creek early and filled both barrels fast. I didn't want to leave the cabin once it got dark. I chopped some extra firewood just in case I needed to block the door or the windows. Then I looked through my bag and found the old battery-powered trail camera I brought with me. I had planned to set it up to capture wildlife near the stream, but I had forgotten all about it. Instead, I set it facing the back of the cabin, hidden in a tree. That night, I stayed awake again. Same time, same figure. This time, it didn't just stand. It took one step toward the window, then another. It got so close, I could see its breath fogging in the cold air. It didn't look in the window, just stood there, breathing. Then, slowly, it turned and walked away. The next morning, I ran to the tree and pulled the trail camera down. I opened the viewer and started flipping through the images. Only one picture had captured anything. It showed a person, face blurred by motion, dressed in a jacket and pants. No visible gear, standing just a few feet from the cabin wall, staring directly into the lens. But here's the part that made my stomach drop. There were deep red stains on both knees of the pants, and the figure was barefoot. The next 24 hours were a blur. I packed my things fast, loaded my gear, dumped out the last of the water so I could carry lighter. I was done. I wasn't staying one more night. I hiked back to my truck in less than 3 hours. I didn't stop. I didn't rest. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole way. When I reached my truck, I threw my bag in the back, turned the engine, and drove down the mountain without even thinking. My hands were shaking the whole way down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest gas station an hour away. I asked the clerk if anyone had come through recently, hikers, campers, anything. She said it had been quiet all week. She hadn't seen anyone pass through. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I've gone through the photos on the trail camera a dozen times. Only one had the figure. The rest were blank. I didn't call the police. I didn't know what to tell them. That someone had stood outside my cabin 4 nights in a row and done nothing? That they watched me through the window? That they left no trace except a smudged footprint? I didn't go back to finish the writing. I haven't left the city since. I haven't slept a full night either. Because sometimes, around 2 a.m., I swear I hear the soft sound of something dragging across the floor outside my apartment door. I check every time. Nothing's there. But I never sleep through it. And I never will. It started with just wanting to get away. That's all it was. Just a week to myself, no distractions, no people, no phone calls. I've been working remotely for almost a year straight with barely a day off. My eyes felt fried from screens, and even though I lived alone in a small apartment, I still couldn't get any peace. The city was loud, the walls were thin, and even sleep had started feeling like another task on a list. I found the cabin on a travel forum. It wasn't on Airbnb or listed through any rental agency. Some guy in the comments section had mentioned staying there years ago, said it was way up in the mountains near the edge of a state forest, somewhere in northern Idaho. It was supposed to be a hunter's cabin, used rarely now, not really maintained anymore, but it still had a roof and a door and wasn't filled with animals. No running water, no power, no cell service. That's exactly what I wanted. He'd posted GPS coordinates and a blurry photo of it from a distance, probably taken on an old flip phone. It looked like a brown dot surrounded by trees. I wrote them down, punched the coordinates into my Maps app, and found it. There was a trail that got kind of close, but the last mile or so I'd have to walk off path. It was surrounded by nothing but woods, streams, and steep hills. It didn't even have a name. I bought a bunch of supplies: canned food, instant coffee, a butane stove, fire starters, 2 heavy-duty flashlights with backup batteries, a big hunting knife I'd never actually used before, a solar-powered radio that could charge my phone if I needed it, and a small first aid kit. I packed everything into 2 bags and took the long drive up north. By the time I got to the edge of the forest, the sun was already dipping behind the hills. I parked my car where the trail started and looked around. There wasn't a single sound, not even wind. just birds and the occasional rustling of the trees. I started hiking. The first hour was on a clear trail, but the last mile was rough. No markings, just woods in every direction. I had to keep checking my phone to stay on course with the GPS coordinates, but eventually, I saw something through the trees. A slanted roof, wooden beams, some steps half buried in dirt and leaves. That was it. The cabin looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The wood was weathered and gray, the windows were dusty and cracked in the corners, but the door still worked. Inside, it smelled like dried wood and old dust. There were no signs of animals, just a few spider webs and leaves near the corners. The furniture was basic: a cot, a table, 2 chairs, a small shelf with some canned food and candles. That was all I needed. That first night was calm. I boiled some water for noodles, sat at the table, and listened to the sounds outside. The forest at night had a rhythm to it. Owls, distant animal calls, the creaking of trees shifting. I read a book under flashlight until I got tired, then crawled into the cot and pulled the sleeping bag over me. I felt peace for the first time in months. The second day, I explored the area a bit. I went down toward a stream I'd seen on the map, filled my collapsible water jug, boiled some of it when I got back. I sat outside on a rock for hours, just listening. No phone buzzing, no car horns, just air and trees. But that night, something felt different. I was lying in bed, eyes closed, when I thought I heard something outside. Not an animal, something heavier, like a step. Then nothing, just the normal sounds again. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe just my imagination, city brain trying to make noise out of silence. But I got up, checked outside with the flashlight. Nothing, just trees, dirt, blackness beyond the beam of light. I went back to bed. On the third day, I noticed small things. The door was open a little when I woke up, even though I was sure I'd latched it the night before. I told myself maybe I hadn't. Maybe it hadn't caught all the way. The wind could have pushed it. I saw some strange marks in the dirt outside. They looked like tracks, but I couldn't tell what kind. They weren't boot prints, more like something being dragged. I crouched and stared at them for a while, but the ground was too dry to really make anything clear. I stopped thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing little sounds outside, like twigs snapping, something brushing against the cabin wall. I waited, flashlight in hand, every muscle tense. I told myself it was just an animal. On the fourth morning, I found something weird near the edge of the woods. Some cloth. It was dirty, torn, half buried under leaves. Not mine. Looked like a piece of an old jacket or something. I kicked it with my boot, then picked it up and brought it back to the cabin. The cabin felt colder that day. Even though the weather hadn't changed, I kept feeling chills. Not from temperature, just something in my gut. I stayed inside most of the day, staring out the window, watching the trees for any movement. That night, I locked the door with a metal hook I'd found in one of the drawers, wedged a chair under the handle too, just in case. I fell asleep sometime after midnight. I woke up to a thump. It wasn't inside the cabin. It was right outside, like something hitting the wall or the ground. I sat up, heart pounding, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't move. I just listened. Another thump, closer to the door this time. I stood up slowly, tiptoed to the window, and looked out through the crack in the frame. I didn't see anything. I waited a long time, barely breathing. No more sounds. I finally sat back on the cot, light still in my hand, and stayed that way until the sky outside started turning gray. That morning, I found something strange. The woodpile I'd stacked near the door was scattered, like someone or something had kicked it over. A few logs had rolled 10 feet from the pile. I also noticed something else. On the window glass near the outside edge, there were smudges, like fingerprints, long ones with dirt stuck to them. I just stood there for a long time, staring at them. I didn't go hiking that day. I didn't want to go far from the cabin. I kept checking around the clearing, looking for signs, footprints, anything. But the ground was too hard, and the grass too patchy to see anything clearly. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. On the fifth night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed in the chair with my flashlight on, facing the door. The only sounds I heard were distant. No more thumps, no more snapping, but I couldn't rest. Around 4 in the morning, I heard something outside the window. Not a knock, more like breathing. Slow, low, like someone standing right outside. I held my breath. The flashlight was shaking in my hand. I didn't move. Then it stopped. I didn't go to the window. I didn't even want to see. I just sat there until daylight. The 6th morning, I was ready to leave. I started packing before the sun was fully up. Threw everything into my bags. Didn't even care if it was neat. I stepped outside, glanced back at the window, and froze. There were footprints this time. Not shoe prints. Bare feet. Long toes, thin heels, deep impressions in the dirt like someone had been standing there a while. The prints circled the cabin on all sides. Then they vanished back into the woods. I felt cold all over. Not scared like a movie. Real fear. The kind that makes you forget how to breathe. I knew I had to hike back. No phone service, no car nearby. Just a 2-hour walk through the forest. Then another 10 miles of driving. I started fast, not even looking back. But after maybe 20 minutes on the trail, I heard something behind me. Not close, just far enough to make me unsure. A stick breaking, then another. I sped up. I didn't run, not yet. I just walked fast, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds. My breathing got heavier. The trees looked thicker than I remembered. Then I heard it again. Closer. I ran. I didn't care about noise. I just ran, slamming through the brush, stumbling on roots, branches whipping against my face and arms. I didn't stop until I saw the car. When I got there, I dropped the bags and got in, slammed the door shut, locked everything, and sat there for a minute, gasping. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove without stopping. Didn't care if I scratched the car on the overgrown trail. Just kept going until I hit the paved road. Then I drove for hours all the way home. When I got back to my apartment, I sat on the couch for a long time, not doing anything. The silence felt different now. Too quiet, like something was missing. I didn't tell anyone. Not my friends, not my boss. I just went back to work, tried to forget. But I kept thinking about those footprints. Who the hell would be barefoot in the forest? And why didn't they ever try to come inside? Were they waiting? I checked the GPS coordinates again a week later. I don't even know why. Curiosity, maybe. But the cabin wasn't on the map anymore. The whole area showed up blank. Like it didn't exist. I still have the cloth I found. I keep it in a drawer. I don't know why. Sometimes at night, I still hear those sounds in my head. That slow breathing outside the window. I had been working nonstop for months. My job wasn't even hard to understand. It was mostly sorting and checking data on a screen, but it was constant, with long hours, unrealistic deadlines, and a never-ending stream of emails. I was tired, more mentally than physically, and I could feel it was starting to change me. I didn't laugh as much. I stopped calling my family. My appetite was strange. I didn't want food unless it was fast and salty, and I was having stomach problems. I kept telling myself I needed a break, but I never took one. One Friday, I opened my laptop to get started, but I couldn't focus. I stared at the screen until it blurred, and then I closed the laptop. Just like that. It wasn't planned. I didn't send a message to my manager. I just stood up and walked out of the apartment. I got in my car and drove. I didn't really have a plan, but I remembered a cabin I had rented 2 years ago in late fall. It wasn't fancy. Just a plain wooden cabin off a narrow road in the middle of a thick patch of forest up north. It had no neighbors close by, which I liked, and it didn't have Wi-Fi or cell signal unless you walked back to the road. It was cheap, too, and I had the number of the guy who owned it saved in my notes from that time. I stopped at a gas station, bought a cheap paper map, and called the number using the payphone outside. The owner answered, said the cabin was empty, and told me I could let myself in with the key he always left above the doorframe. I asked how much he wanted for a week. He said to just leave cash on the table when I left. That was it. Took me about 5 hours to drive up there. The air got colder as I climbed higher into the hills. and the trees got thicker and darker. When I finally turned off the main road and followed the smaller, uneven road toward the cabin, I felt a strange sort of peace, like I was finally cutting the cord between myself and everything that was choking me. The cabin was still exactly like I remembered it. It sat on a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees, with a small gravel driveway that dipped down in front of it. There was a shed out back, a rusty water pump that groaned when you used it, and a narrow path that led down the hill into thicker woods. The cabin had one bedroom, a bathroom, a small kitchen, and a main living room with a wood stove in the corner. Everything smelled like old wood and faint mold, but it wasn't dirty, just aged. I unloaded my stuff, just a bag of clothes, some canned food, water jugs, a flashlight, a knife, and a few other things, and set them inside. I left my phone in the glove box of my car, turned off. I wanted real silence. I wanted to hear nothing but the trees, the wind, and maybe some birds or animals at night. That first evening, I made a small fire in the stove, opened a can of chili, and sat by the window looking out. The woods were thick and dark, and after sunset, the only thing I could see outside was the faint shine of moonlight on the treetops. I didn't see any animals. No deer, no raccoons, no rabbits, nothing, but I didn't think much of it. The first night was calm. I slept deeper than I had in months. No lights, no street noise, no buzzing from electronics, just black silence. I woke up late the next morning, feeling stiff but rested. I made some instant coffee on the stove, ate some crackers and peanut butter, and decided to walk down the path behind the cabin. The path twisted down the hill for about a quarter mile and ended near a dry creek bed. I saw some animal tracks in the dirt, maybe deer or foxes, but still no animals. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. No birdsong, no buzzing insects, just wind. I spent that day exploring, reading an old book I brought, and chopping some dead branches for firewood. The sun set fast, and I noticed how cold it got once it dipped. I added more wood to the fire and wrapped myself in a blanket on the old couch. It was a good kind of cold, clean, crisp, not polluted by exhaust or factory smoke. I liked it, but around 10 p.m., I heard something outside. It was faint at first, like something brushing against the wall of the cabin. I sat up and turned off the lantern so I could hear better. The sound came again, like a soft scrape of something against the back wall. Then a few soft thumps. They weren't loud or violent, but I knew the sound wasn't natural. It wasn't wind. It wasn't a branch falling. It wasn't an animal running. I grabbed my flashlight and the knife I brought and stood by the window. I didn't see anything. I slowly opened the door and stepped out onto the small front porch. The air was still. My breath came out in clouds. I moved quietly down the steps and walked around the cabin. Nothing. No one. I checked the shed. Empty. I stood still for a while, listening. The forest was completely silent. I went back inside, locked the door, and pushed the small table in front of it, just in case. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a raccoon or a loose shutter. But the next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. There were fresh boot prints around the back of the cabin. Not mine. I wear a size 10, and these were bigger, maybe a 12 or 13. Deep prints in the soft dirt and pine needles. They led from the woods up to the back wall of the cabin, circled the shed, and then stopped. There were no prints going back into the woods. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I didn't like how deep they were. That meant the person was heavy or had been walking slow. I followed the prints around the back of the cabin again and checked the window. It was closed, but I noticed a small smudge on the glass, like a fingerprint. I didn't feel calm anymore. I thought about leaving, but then I told myself maybe it was just someone passing by, maybe a hunter. Still, it didn't make sense. Why would someone come this close to a cabin and not knock or say anything? Why just walk around and leave no trail back? I didn't go down the trail that day. I stayed around the cabin, keeping my knife on me. I felt watched. I kept thinking I'd see someone through the trees, standing still, but I didn't. That night, I didn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard the sound again. This time, it was footsteps. Slow, crunching footsteps in the gravel outside. I was lying on the couch, fully dressed, the fire low. I turned off the lantern again and sat up. The footsteps came from the direction of the shed, then stopped right outside the front door. I held my breath. I couldn't hear anything else. Just the fire crackling and my own heartbeat in my ears. I didn't move. I waited like that for almost an hour. The footsteps never came again. But I knew whoever it was, they had been standing right outside. The next morning, I found fresh boot prints again. This time, they were on the porch. Just two, one step onto the porch and one right in front of the door. Deep, like the person had leaned forward or stood there for a long time. I packed my bag right away. I didn't even eat breakfast. I walked out to my car and opened the door. The battery was dead. I stood there, holding my keys, trying not to panic. I checked under the hood. Nothing obvious. No loose cables. No corrosion. It just wouldn't turn over. I tried it 3 times. Nothing. That meant I had 2 choices: stay and wait for someone to drive by, which could take days, or hike out to the main road, which was about 5 miles. I decided to wait until morning. I didn't want to walk the road at night, especially with whoever was out there. That day passed slowly. I kept the fire going. I kept the knife on me. I didn't go outside unless I had to. I barely ate. That night, everything changed. At 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, but this time they didn't stop at the porch. They moved around the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I stayed inside, holding the knife, heart racing. Then I heard a soft creak. The shed door. I had locked it. I know I had. I stood by the window and watched. After 5 minutes, I saw movement in the trees. Just a shape, not clear, like someone ducking between trunks. I turned off the fire and sat in the cold dark. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I went to the shed. The lock was broken, cut, not forced, clean cut through the metal. Inside, the small axe I left in there was gone. That was it. I was done. I filled my backpack, grabbed my flashlight and knife, and started walking. I didn't care about food. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted to get out. The forest felt thicker. The trees blocked most of the light. I walked fast, not running, but almost. I didn't look back. Halfway to the road, I heard it again. Footsteps behind me, not running, just keeping pace. I didn't look back. I moved faster. The sounds didn't stop. When I finally reached the road, I ran. I ran straight down it, not stopping for breath, until I saw a car in the distance. I flagged it down like a madman, waving my arms. It was a delivery van. The driver looked at me like I was crazy, but he let me in. I told him I had gotten lost on a hike. He dropped me off at a gas station, and I called a friend to pick me up. I never went back for my car. A few weeks later, I called the owner of the cabin and told him I had always wanted a week away from everything. No phone, no internet, no people. I worked as a mechanic in a crowded, noisy shop in the city, and after 8 years of the same routines, waking up before dawn, grease under my nails every day, hot concrete floors, blaring engines, I just felt tired. I'd saved enough money for a trip, but I didn't want a beach or a resort. I wanted trees, silence, something cold and honest. So I found this small log cabin listed by a man who rented it out to people looking for hunting or hiking trips. It was deep in the woods of northern Montana, near the edge of a massive national forest. No power, no running water. Just a wood stove, some gas lanterns, a well pump outside, and an outhouse. That was exactly what I wanted. I packed all my gear in my old Ford truck: food, a sleeping bag, basic tools, a small rifle, a solar charger for emergencies, and some books. I made the 12-hour drive over 2 days, stopping in small towns for fuel and snacks. The last 3 hours were on dirt roads, winding deep through tall pine forests, until finally, the trees cleared just enough to see the cabin sitting quiet on a slope above a frozen lake. The roof sagged a little on one side, and there were scratch marks in the old wooden steps leading up to the porch, probably from some animal. The windows were dusty. A pile of chopped wood sat covered by a tarp near the back. It looked exactly like I hoped it would. I parked next to the cabin, unloaded my gear, and did a full walk around. There were no tire tracks near mine, no signs of recent use. The inside smelled like dust and old pine with a bit of mildew. There was a single cot against one wall, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a shelf with rusted pans, and an old cast iron stove in the corner. It was quiet, almost too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my boots on the wooden floor. That first night was peaceful. I cooked canned chili over the wood stove and sat outside for a while with a blanket, looking at the stars. The lake was still and frozen over. There were animal tracks in the snow near the shore, maybe from a deer or a fox. I didn't hear a single sound all night except the creaking of the trees. I slept early. On the second day, I hiked around the area for a few hours, following a rough path up into the woods. I found a stream frozen over and an old hunting blind built between some trees. It didn't look recent. The boards were gray and warped. I kept walking for another mile or 2 but didn't find anything else. No people, no other cabins, just forest. I liked that. That evening, I noticed something strange. When I came back to the cabin, the front door was slightly open. I was sure I had shut it that morning. I checked the lock, which was just a metal latch. Nothing fancy, but it was unhooked. I looked around inside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. No tracks in the snow besides mine. I told myself maybe I hadn't closed it properly, or maybe the wind pushed it open. But the air had been still all day. That night, I kept the rifle closer, leaning it against the table next to my cot. I didn't hear anything unusual, though I thought I saw movement near the tree line once while I stood out back to use the outhouse. Just a flicker, maybe an animal, maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. I didn't sleep well that night. On the third day, I stayed close to the cabin. I gathered firewood, swept out the dust, and reinforced the door latch using some extra nails and a board I found under the cot. I kept feeling like I was being watched. The trees seemed taller, thicker. Shadows seemed to move even though the sun didn't. I ate lunch early, a cold sandwich and a can of fruit, and sat on the porch looking at the lake. And then I noticed it. On the far side of the lake, half hidden between the trees, was a dark shape. At first, I thought it was just a tree stump or a rock, but it wasn't. It was taller, and it was gone when I looked back again. No sound, just a shape that was there one moment and gone the next. I stayed inside after that. I locked the door as best I could. I kept the rifle within arm's reach and moved one of the chairs under the doorknob. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a shadow, or maybe someone else hiking nearby. That evening, I saw smoke, just a thin column, far off beyond the tree line. Too far to hear anything, too far to see clearly, but it was there. It stayed for maybe an hour before it faded. I didn't sleep that night. On the fourth day, I walked around the cabin again and checked the area. I found new tracks, boot prints. They were coming from the trees toward the cabin, then doubling back. Not mine. I had been wearing heavy rubber boots with thick ridged soles. These were smaller and smoother. They looked like hiking boots. There were no animal prints near them, just the boots. The tracks circled the cabin once, then stopped. I couldn't tell where they led after that. The wind had erased part of them. I checked the woodpile, the back door, the outhouse. Nothing had been touched. I went back inside and pushed the table in front of the door. By the 5th day, I wanted to leave. I wasn't relaxed anymore. I felt like I was being hunted. The cold wasn't the problem. I had enough food. The real problem was the feeling that someone else was out there. Someone who didn't want to be seen. That morning, I packed some gear, left the rest, and drove down the trail toward the main road. But about 5 miles in, I found a tree across the road. A full pine, thick as a telephone pole. It hadn't been there before. It didn't look natural either. The cuts at the base weren't from lightning or wind. They were clean, straight, made by a saw. I had an axe, but no chainsaw. It would have taken me half a day to clear it, maybe more. I backed up and returned to the cabin. That night was the worst. I heard something outside after dark. Soft crunches in the snow. Not animals. Slow. Measured. Like footsteps. I turned off the lantern and sat in the dark, listening. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Something brushed against the wall outside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. The footsteps stopped after maybe 10 minutes. Then silence. In the morning, I checked outside. New boot prints. This time, they went straight to the door. Then they turned and disappeared into the woods. No knocking. No markings. Just prints. On the 6th day, I followed the tracks. I needed to see who or what it was. I had the rifle and some food. I hiked into the woods, following the prints for almost 2 hours. They led to a small clearing with an old rusted trailer in it. The door was torn off. Inside, it was empty except for a few broken chairs, an old stove, and a pile of dirty blankets. On the wall, scratched into the wood with something sharp, were numbers. Just random numbers. Some of them crossed out. A few of them repeated. I didn't stay long. On the way back, I realized something. There were new prints. They were beside mine. Whoever it was had followed me closely, too closely. I never heard a thing. Back at the cabin, I decided to set a trap. I took a glass bottle and hung it from the porch roof by a bit of fishing line, just above the stairs. It would clink if someone stepped up. I laid some branches across the path to the back window. If they broke, I'd hear it. I sat in the dark that night, rifle on my lap, barely breathing. At 2 a.m., the bottle clinked. Just once. I waited, holding the rifle, finger near the trigger. I didn't move for over an hour. No more sounds. No light. No voices. Just that one clink. I never saw who it was. At dawn, I found footprints again. This time, they went around the cabin twice. There was a mark on the sidewall, for vertical scratches dug deep into the wood, like someone had used a knife or a nail. It wasn't an animal. The cuts were even deliberate. A warning, maybe. On the 7th day, I packed everything I could carry and started walking. I left the truck. I followed the long road back toward the main highway, keeping the rifle ready. I walked for hours. No cars. No signs. I passed the fallen tree again. Still there. When I reached a ranger station near the park entrance, I told them someone had been stalking me out there. They took my report, asked a few questions, and sent a patrol later that day. But they found nothing. No footprints. No trailer. No scratches. Not even the fallen tree. They said the road was clear. I didn't go back to get my truck. I sold it a week later and told the rental owner to keep the deposit. I didn't want anything to do with that place again. Whoever was out there wasn't looking to rob me. They weren't lost. They were watching, waiting, studying me. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was a person, one who knew those woods better than I did. One who could walk without making a sound. One who could erase their tracks, who could hide in plain sight. The cabin is probably still out there. So is the person who stalks it. I'll never go back. I had been working nonstop for almost 10 months straight, and when I finally decided to take some time off, I wanted complete isolation. No phone signals, no traffic, no noise. I just wanted silence. I started looking for cabins in remote areas that were far away from towns or any kind of busy roads. Something far out in the woods where I could be alone and not be bothered. I didn't want anything fancy, just a bed, a bathroom, and a place to cook my meals. I searched a few rental websites until I found one listing that looked perfect. It was an old wooden cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. It didn't have many reviews, but the few that were there said it was peaceful and quiet. That's all I cared about. The listing had a few grainy photos of the inside. A wooden floor, a single bed in the corner, a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years, and a small kitchen with a portable stove. It looked basic, and that was fine with me. The listing said it had solar power for light and some battery banks. There was no Wi-Fi, and it said the cell signal was weak to non-existent. That was what I wanted. I booked the place for 9 days. It felt like a good amount of time to disconnect from everything. I packed clothes, food, a small generator just in case, and my old laptop so I could write a little if I felt like it. I didn't tell many people where I was going. Just one friend, in case something went wrong. I left early in the morning, drove almost 8 hours north, and by the time I reached the dirt road that led to the cabin, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. The road to the cabin was long and narrow, dirt and gravel, full of potholes and fallen branches. I had to slow down to 5 miles per hour just to avoid wrecking the undercarriage of my car. The trees were thick on both sides, leaning in over the road, making it darker than it should have been for that time of day. It felt like the trees were swallowing up the light. My GPS had lost signal an hour before, but I was following the directions I had printed out earlier. After about 20 more minutes of slow driving, I saw a break in the trees and pulled into a small clearing where the cabin sat. It looked even older in person. The wood was faded and gray. The porch sagged a little on the left side. One window had a wooden board nailed over it, and the front steps looked soft and weathered. There was a shed about 20 feet away, slightly open. I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and took a deep breath. It was quiet, completely quiet. No traffic, no airplanes, no animals. Just stillness. I liked it. I unlocked the front door with the key from the small lockbox and stepped inside. It smelled like dust and wood. The air was cool even though it had been warm outside. The inside was just like the photos. One room, a bed in the corner, an old fireplace, a basic wooden table with 2 chairs, and a tiny kitchen space with a sink, a small fridge, and a 2-burner propane stove. I walked around, opened the windows and let some air in. The battery-powered lights worked, and the water flowed slowly from the tap. It had a small water tank outside that collected rain. I brought some jugs just in case, but it was working fine. I spent the first evening settling in. I unpacked, cooked some pasta on the stove, and sat outside on the porch for a while with a cup of coffee. The air was crisp. I could hear some birds, but other than that, it was silent. I went to bed early that night. I didn't even use the generator. Just read for a while with the small LED lantern and fell asleep. The first 2 days were peaceful. I walked around the nearby trails, took some photos, and sat in the shade writing or just thinking. I ate simply: eggs, canned soup, toast. I didn't check my phone. There was no service anyway. I didn't bring any games or distractions. I just wanted silence. On the 3rd day, I started noticing a few things that felt off. The first thing I noticed was a pile of cigarette butts near the back of the cabin. I don't smoke, and it didn't look old. They were piled in a small mound behind a large rock, like someone had stood there smoking and dropped them all in the same spot. There were about a dozen of them, all the same brand. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe someone before me smoked and stood out there. Later that night, I was inside reading when I thought I heard something on the roof. It was soft like shifting weight, not loud enough to be an animal jumping, but enough that it caught my attention. I turned off the light and listened. Nothing. I sat in the dark for about 10 minutes, but everything was still. I told myself it was just a branch falling or maybe a raccoon. It was an old roof. The next day, I walked farther into the woods, following a path that wasn't marked but looked like it had been used. It twisted and went down a small slope and into a thicker part of the forest. After about 20 minutes of walking, I found another clearing. It wasn't natural. Someone had made it. The grass was shorter, and there were signs that something had been there recently. A few old bottles, some cans, and the remains of a fire pit made with rocks. What caught my attention was a blue tarp bundled up in the corner. I walked over and kicked it gently with my boot. Under it were thick black garbage bags. I didn't open them. I don't know why. I just stared at them for a few seconds, feeling uneasy. Something told me to leave it alone. I turned around and walked back toward the cabin. That night, I locked the front door and pushed one of the chairs against it. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt alert. I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up at small noises. Once, just after 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps outside on the gravel. Slow, steady crunching steps. I stayed in bed, holding my breath. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I didn't get up to look. I didn't want to know. The next morning, I saw the back door slightly ajar. I never used it. It had been shut tight the whole time. Now it was cracked open about an inch. I checked the lock. It was busted. The screws had been stripped like someone had forced it quietly. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell signal, no landline, no neighbors nearby. I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the windows. Everything else looked normal. I went into the bathroom and saw that my towel had been moved. I always hung it on the same hook. Now it was folded on the counter. That was enough. I packed a small bag and walked to my car. I figured I would drive into town, find some place with a signal and call the owner or the police. When I opened the car door, I froze. The driver's seat was pushed back farther than I ever kept it. There was a smell inside, faint but sour, like sweat and something else. I checked the back seat and the trunk. Nothing was taken, but the glove box was open. I had locked the car the night before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to stay another night, but I also didn't want to leave my things behind. I went back inside and spent the rest of the day sitting at the table with a knife in my hand. I didn't eat much. I just waited. Every small sound made me jump. When it got dark, I turned off all the lights and sat in the corner near the bed with my back against the wall. I didn't sleep at all. Just after 3 a.m., I heard the sound of the shed door creaking. It was slow and careful. Then silence. I held my breath. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps. Not fast, careful, moving toward the cabin. Then a long pause. Nothing. I stayed completely still. The footsteps didn't continue. I waited almost an hour in the dark, frozen. As the sun started to rise, I made my move. I grabbed my keys and my bag and ran to the car. I didn't check anything. I just started it and drove. Fast. The potholes and branches didn't matter anymore. I just wanted out. I didn't stop until I reached the main road and found a small gas station with a signal. I called the local sheriff's department and told them everything. They sent someone out to meet me. Later that day, I went back with 2 officers. They searched the cabin and the woods. In the shed, they found a blanket, a backpack, and some empty food wrappers. Someone had been living there, hiding. Inside the cabin, in the small crawl space above the ceiling, they found more wrappers and a half-burned candle. The person had been coming in and out, maybe through the attic vent. They figured someone had been squatting there before I arrived and hadn't expected anyone to rent the place. In the bags under the tarp in the woods, they found used syringes, a sawed-off shotgun, and several Ziploc bags with residue that tested positive for meth. It looked like someone had been using the area to cook drugs or hide them. The cabin had likely been used for that kind of thing before the rental owner tried to start making money off it. They told me I was lucky. I went home and never heard anything more. They never caught the person who had been staying there. No fingerprints, no name, just traces. I think about it sometimes. How I could have been attacked or worse. How I slept in that place while someone else was probably hiding just above me. Listening, watching, waiting. I don't go on solo cabin trips anymore. I don't trust silence like I used to. I still remember the day I decided to stay in that cabin by the lake. I'd been working long hours in the city. Endless weeks of meetings, pressure, traffic, and noise. I needed a break. Not just a weekend getaway, but something longer, something that would help me reset. I'd taken a leave of absence from work and figured a couple of weeks alone in the woods would clear my head. I found the cabin listed on an old website for vacation rentals. It wasn't fancy. No polished ads, no filters, just a couple of low-quality photos, one of the outside, where the roof looked a little slanted, and one of the lake it sat near. The listing said the place was off-grid. No Wi-Fi, no phone service, no electricity except for a generator. That was exactly what I was looking for. Took me nearly 6 hours to drive there. After the last town, the paved road turned into gravel, then narrowed into a single dirt path lined with pine trees so thick their branches touched across the top. I drove slower than usual, not wanting to mess up the suspension of my car. I passed one other cabin on the way, a newer-looking place set back behind some brush. Other than that, there was nothing but woods and the slow, creeping sound of my tires crunching over rocks and dirt. When I reached the cabin, the sun was already low in the sky. The lake shimmered in front of me, stretching wide and still, reflecting a sky that had started to turn orange and purple. The cabin sat only about 40 yards from the shore, tucked back slightly under some tall, leaning birch trees. It looked old, not falling apart, but definitely worn. The wood siding had turned gray and weathered, and the front porch sloped a little to the left. There was a single rusted chair on the porch and a large wooden stump someone had probably used for chopping wood. I parked the car in the clearing beside it, left my bags in the trunk for a while, and walked around the property to get a feel for it. The lake had no dock, just a narrow strip of muddy sand. I didn't see any boats and I didn't hear anything. No people, no cars, not even animals. Just the wind through the trees and the occasional soft splash from the water. Felt peaceful at first. Inside, the cabin was simple. A single main room with a bed, a small table, a wood stove, and some shelves lined with canned food, most of it dusty. There was a door in the back that led to a small bathroom with an old toilet and a shower. I turned on the generator out back and heard it hum to life. The few lights in the cabin flickered on, weak and yellow. There was a propane-powered stove and fridge. Everything worked, just barely. I unpacked only what I needed and left the rest in the trunk. That night, I made some canned soup, lit a couple of candles, and read for a while. The air got cold fast after dark, and the generator didn't power any heating, so I started a fire in the wood stove. It took a little time to get going, but once the flames caught, the whole place warmed up quickly. I sat there for hours just listening to the fire crackle and the wind push against the sides of the cabin. At some point, I must have fallen asleep in the chair because when I woke up, the fire had burned down to glowing coals, and my neck ached from the way I'd slumped over. The next morning, I went for a walk around the lake. There wasn't really a trail, but I followed the edge as best I could. The ground was soft in places and covered in patches of moss. Some spots were so overgrown that I had to push branches out of the way and step carefully not to twist my ankle. The lake looked even bigger in the daylight, stretching far off to the left and narrowing to the right where it disappeared behind a ridge. I saw some animal tracks near the water, probably deer. There were some droppings too, and one big pile that didn't look like any deer I'd ever seen. Maybe bear. I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd grown up in the country and knew bears didn't bother people unless provoked. I didn't see any houses, boats, or people. I felt totally alone. By the time I got back to the cabin, my shoes were soaked, and I was hungry. I dried out near the stove and spent the rest of the day reading, eating, and writing in a journal I'd brought. I even sat by the lake for a while and tried to skip stones, though the ones near the water were mostly round and heavy. I liked how quiet it was. No one expecting anything from me. No phones ringing. No noise at all. But by the third night, something started to feel off. I was in bed when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just a tree branch tapping the side of the cabin. Then I heard it again. It was soft but steady. A sort of crunch, 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 like footsteps on gravel or leaves. Then silence. Then again. Crunch, crunch. Then nothing. I sat up in bed, listening hard. The fire had burned down. The room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the window. The sound didn't come back. I told myself it was just a raccoon or some animal sniffing around the cabin. I didn't have any food outside, but maybe the smell from the kitchen had drawn something. I waited a while, then got up, put on a jacket, and stepped out onto the porch. It was colder than I expected. My breath came out in small clouds. I scanned the edge of the woods with a flashlight but saw nothing. The trees swayed gently. The lake looked flat and black. I stayed out there a few more minutes, then went back inside and locked the door. I couldn't sleep after that. Every time the cabin creaked or the wind changed direction, I opened my eyes. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were marks in the dirt, faint like someone had walked around the side. It didn't look like animal prints. Not exactly. I knelt down and saw a few impressions that looked long and narrow, almost like shoe prints, but not deep. Could have been anything. I let it go. I didn't want to start freaking myself out over nothing. Still, that day I kept glancing out the window. I didn't go for a walk. I stayed close to the cabin, chopped some wood, and read a bit more. I tried to ignore the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement through the trees. Not big movements, just slight flickers, like something shifting between the trunks. That night, the noise came back. Only this time it was louder. It sounded like walking, slow, deliberate steps, stopping every few seconds. Then silence. Then more steps. Not close, but not far either. Maybe 20 or 30 feet from the cabin. I sat by the stove, not even pretending to be relaxed. I had a hatchet I'd been using to chop wood, and I kept it beside me. The generator shut off around midnight. It did that after about 6 hours, and I usually didn't bother restarting it. But that night, I stood up, walked to the back door, and listened hard. The woods were completely silent. Even the wind had stopped. I didn't hear anything, but I didn't feel good about going out there. So I stayed inside, lit a candle, and waited. Then something hit the side of the cabin. Not hard, just a light knock, like a tap from a stick. Then again. I moved slowly to the window and looked out, but the candle made it hard to see. I put it out and waited for my eyes to adjust. The moon was bright enough to see the trees, the grass, the outline of the car, but I didn't see anyone. I stood there for at least 10 minutes, then finally backed away. I barely slept. The next morning, I made coffee and sat on the porch with the hatchet across my lap. I felt paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. I walked to the car and circled it. There were fingerprints on the back window. Smudged, greasy prints like someone had leaned against it. I checked the trunk. Everything was still there. I walked farther out into the woods, following the faint marks I'd seen before. After about 10 minutes, I found what looked like an old hunting blind. Just a platform nailed into the branches of a tree, maybe 15 feet up. It didn't look new. The wood was cracked and some boards were missing, but it looked like someone had been up there not long ago. There were some wrappers on the ground nearby and a crushed can. It hadn't rusted yet. That meant it wasn't more than a few weeks old. I walked back to the cabin slowly, checking behind me every few steps. I started locking the doors every time I went outside. I kept the hatchet with me at all times. I even placed it beside my bed when I slept. I stopped going for walks and stayed close to the fire, watching the window. The next few days were quiet, but I couldn't relax. I kept seeing shadows through the trees. Quick movements, like someone ducking out of sight the moment I looked up. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of the front doorknob turning. It was slow, almost cautious. I didn't move. I lay there, heart pounding, staring at the door. It rattled softly, then stopped. Then came the sound of footsteps on the porch, then moving to the side of the cabin. I grabbed the hatchet and crept to the window. I saw someone standing just at the edge of the trees. He was tall, thin, wearing dark clothes. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing the cabin. I couldn't see his face. I stayed low, heart hammering in my chest. I don't know how long he stood there, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer. Then he turned and walked back into the woods. The next morning, I packed everything. I loaded the car in 15 minutes, not even bothering to clean up the place. I checked my tires, the fuel, It started off as a trip to get away from everything for a few weeks. I had taken some time off work. Burnout had been creeping in for a while. I didn't want to see anyone, hear traffic, or look at a computer screen. I needed something quiet, isolated. So I booked a small wooden cabin out in a dense forested area in the northern part of the country. It was a bit expensive for just one person, but it was deep in the woods, completely off-grid. No reception, no Wi-Fi, nothing. That was what I wanted. I had packed everything I'd need: non-perishable food, propane for heating and cooking, clothes, a flashlight, a portable battery bank for emergencies, and some books to pass the time. The drive to the place took about 7 hours. The last part of the road was a narrow gravel path, mostly surrounded by thick trees and barely wide enough for one car. There were no other cabins around for miles. No neighbors, no trails, no ranger station. Just thick trees and silence. When I arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the photos. Old, small, but solid. It was made from dark wood, probably pine. There were only 2 rooms, the main area, which had a kitchenette, a bed, a small table, and a wood stove, and a tiny bathroom with a toilet and a metal shower. There was a small generator out back, but I didn't plan on using it much. I liked the quiet. The first day passed by peacefully. I spent some time unloading supplies, stacking firewood, checking the windows and locks, and walking around the small clearing behind the cabin. The forest stretched out in every direction. No sign of any people or structures. No cell reception. I tried my phone out of habit, but it showed nothing. Not even one bar. That night it was cold and completely dark outside. The kind of darkness where you can't even see your own hand if you're more than a few feet from the fire. I kept the wood stove burning and read a bit before falling asleep. The silence was so complete, it almost felt unnatural. I'm used to city noise, sirens, dogs, neighbors. Out here, there was just nothing. The second day, I decided to explore a little. There wasn't a marked trail, but I figured I could walk in one direction for an hour, then walk straight back. I made a few notes in a small notebook I had brought, just in case I got turned around. I saw no animals other than birds and a squirrel. The woods were dense, filled with thick undergrowth, and some parts were so packed with trees that I had to squeeze through sideways. I kept my ears open for anything odd, but nothing stood out. Just birds, wind, and the sound of dry leaves under my boots. I was back at the cabin before noon. I made a can of soup on the small propane burner, then spent the afternoon reading. I didn't really feel bored, just quiet. My head felt clearer than it had in months. That night, I lit a couple candles and sat outside on the steps, just watching the sky. The stars were incredibly bright. I could see the Milky Way overhead, more clearly than I ever had in my life. I stayed out there for a long time, then went in and slept. The third day is when things started to feel off. I woke up to a feeling that someone had been near the cabin. It wasn't anything I could prove, just a sense. I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing seemed disturbed. The firewood pile was the same. The door was still locked. The windows were shut, but I noticed a small branch near the cabin had been snapped in half. It was the only one. That shouldn't have stood out, but it did. I walked around the cabin slowly, looking for any signs of tracks. The ground was mostly covered in dead leaves and pine needles. Not easy to see footprints, but just beyond the clearing, in a patch of slightly damp earth, I saw what looked like a partial boot print. Not mine. It was larger than my boot and pressed deeper into the dirt, like whoever made it had some weight to them. I stared at it for a while, trying to tell myself maybe it was old. Maybe it was mine from 2 days ago and I just forgot, but it didn't feel right. The cabin was miles away from any main road. It wasn't hunting season. I hadn't seen or heard a single car or person since I got there. Still, I didn't panic. I told myself maybe someone was hiking and got lost. Maybe they passed by. Maybe it was a ranger, even though I knew the area was private land. I went back inside, made some coffee, and tried to read again, but my focus was off. Every creak from the cabin, every groan of the wood felt louder. I checked all the locks again before going to bed. There were simple metal latches on the doors and windows, but they felt flimsy now. I kept my flashlight next to the bed that night and didn't sleep much. The fourth day, I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't go into the woods. I just kept walking the edge of the clearing, looking for anything new. I didn't find much, just more of that feeling, a sense of being watched. I would stop and turn, thinking I had heard movement behind me, but there was never anything, just that kind of silence that feels heavier than it should. That evening, while sitting inside, I heard a sound outside. It was quick, just a faint crack of a twig. Could have been an animal, but it was close, too close. I turned off the small lantern I was using and sat still, waiting. I heard nothing for about 5 minutes, then another sound, a light brushing noise, like someone's sleeve catching a branch. I stepped toward the window slowly and looked out. I saw nothing, but that didn't calm me. I decided to move the small dresser in front of the door. It wasn't heavy, but it made me feel a little better. I kept my flashlight close again, and a kitchen knife under the pillow. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the 5th day, I had made up my mind I was leaving. I hadn't seen anyone, but I couldn't ignore how tense I felt. I started packing things into the car around mid-morning. While I was loading the last of the gear, I heard a soft metallic sound, like something tapping the side of the cabin. I whipped around. Nothing. I walked around the cabin fast, flashlight in hand, but again, I didn't find anything. No one. I got in the car and started the engine. The road back to the highway was slow and rough, and my tires kicked up gravel the whole way. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept driving until I was back on the paved highway. But then I did something stupid. About 30 minutes out, I realized I had left my notebook in the cabin. The one where I had written all my notes, directions, thoughts, some work ideas I didn't want to lose. I hesitated, but turned back. I told myself it would take 20 minutes tops to grab it. I got back to the cabin just before noon. It looked the same, but the air felt heavier. I parked quickly, left the car running, and jogged to the door. It was unlocked. I know I had locked it when I left. My stomach dropped. I stepped inside slowly. The cabin was cold, darker than I expected, even with sunlight coming through the windows. I moved carefully, listening. I didn't call out. I didn't want to break the silence. The place looked untouched. My bags were gone, of course, but the bed was still made. The stove was cold. I walked to the table and saw my notebook sitting right where I had left it. I grabbed it and turned to leave. That's when I noticed the marks. On the wooden floor near the far wall were muddy footprints. Not mine. They were larger and went both directions, from the back door to the window and back. Someone had been inside. I froze. I stared at the prints, trying to figure out how recent they were. The mud looked damp. Not dry, not old. Then I noticed something else. The dresser I had pushed in front of the door 2 nights ago, it had been moved back. Not by me. It was sitting where it had been before. That meant someone had been inside after I left. They had entered, stayed long enough to move things, and then left again. Or maybe they hadn't left. I backed up slowly toward the door, notebook in hand. I didn't turn around. I just kept walking backwards until I was out on the steps. Then I turned and ran to the car. I jumped in, slammed the door, and peeled out of the clearing. I didn't stop again until I reached a gas station 2 hours down the highway. When I finally got home that night, I felt shaken. I couldn't stop replaying everything. I kept asking myself if I had missed someone in the woods, if someone had been watching me the entire time, if they had waited until I left to go inside, or worse, if they had been coming and going while I was still there, moving quietly, watching from the trees, waiting. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's department and told them what had happened. I gave them the location and what I saw. They said they would send someone out, but I never heard back. A week later, I called again. They said the cabin was empty when they arrived. No signs of anyone, but something kept bothering me. 2 days after I got home, I found something in my car I hadn't noticed before. Tucked into the side of the passenger seat, almost wedged in, was a matchstick. A single red-tipped match, unused. I didn't bring matches. I still don't know how it got there. That cabin was supposed to be empty. I went there to be alone. And maybe I was, but I don't think I was ever alone the whole time. I think someone had been watching me from the moment I rented the cabin for one reason: complete isolation. No phone signal, no neighbors, no work emails, no cars driving past, not even the sound of airplanes overhead. Just silence. I needed it badly. My head had been full for months. My job had been pushing me to the edge, and every time I tried to rest, my mind raced with deadlines and meetings and office noise that followed me into my sleep. The cabin was a way to disappear for a little while. I wanted to sit still, listen to the wind through the trees, cook simple food, and maybe read a book without looking at my phone every 5 minutes. I found the place online. It was small, wooden, and old, but it was surrounded by a forest so thick you couldn't see 10 feet into the trees. It sat at the edge of a slope, deep in some unnamed part of the northern woods. I had to drive nearly 4 hours from the last gas station just to get there. The gravel road that led to it was barely a road at all, and I had to drive 10 miles an hour for the last stretch, weaving between trees that had started leaning into the path. That was exactly what I wanted. The first night there was quiet. I unpacked slowly, kept the lights low, made eggs and toast on the little gas stove, and left the windows open even though it was cold. I wanted to hear the woods, to remind myself that I was away from the city. The air smelled like pine needles and earth, and it had that stillness to it, like the trees were holding their breath. I remember thinking, this is what peace feels like. I went to bed early and woke up once during the night, not because of a noise, but because it was too quiet. I remember opening my eyes and realizing I couldn't hear anything. No wind, no rustling, not even the hum of the fridge, just complete silence. I lay there for maybe 20 minutes, staring into the dark, then eventually drifted off again. The next morning, I made coffee and sat on the front steps. The sun was barely up, just a little orange line on the edge of the sky, and the forest looked almost blue in the early light. I stayed out there for hours. I didn't read or scroll my phone or even think much. I just sat there trying to let my brain unwind. It was the third day when I noticed something strange. I had taken a short walk around the property. There was a little trail that looped behind the cabin and went about 50 yards into the trees before circling back. I didn't go far, just far enough to feel like I was exploring. As I was heading back toward the cabin, I noticed a tree on the edge of the trail with a strange mark on it. It looked like a chunk of bark had been scraped off, like someone had taken a knife to it. The mark was wide and fresh, like it had been done that morning. I crouched to look closer and realized it was too smooth for an animal. It had been cut on purpose. That night, I kept thinking about the mark. I didn't feel scared exactly, just unsettled, like something had brushed the edges of the piece I'd built over the last few days. I double-checked the door locks and even pulled the curtains shut, which I hadn't done before. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the previous tenant had done it. Maybe it was a trail marker. I went to sleep telling myself I was just overthinking it. But the next day, there was another mark. This one was on a tree closer to the cabin, about 20 feet from the back door. Same shape, same smooth scrape, same fresh look. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I had looked out that window the day before and would have seen it. I stared at it for a long time through the glass. Then I put on my boots and went out to get a closer look. There was something about standing next to it that made me uncomfortable. It wasn't just that the mark was deliberate, it was the placement. It was on the side of the tree that faced the cabin. Whoever had done it wanted me to see it. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, checking every tree within sight. There were no other marks, just that one, staring straight at my window. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things. Not loud sounds, just small ones, the kind you might not notice unless you were listening for them. A twig snapping, a crunch of leaves. I would sit up in bed and hold my breath, waiting to hear it again, but it would go quiet. The woods were playing tricks on me, I thought. Maybe a squirrel, maybe a falling branch, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was moving out there, something that was trying to stay quiet. On the 5th day, I found footprints. It had rained lightly during the night, not enough to be loud, but enough to leave the ground soft. I walked out early in the morning to check the back trail again, and that's when I saw them. Human footprints, bare feet. They weren't mine. I hadn't gone out barefoot, and these were larger than mine anyway. They came out of the woods, stopped at the second tree with the mark, and then disappeared back into the forest. They weren't old. The edges were still sharp in the mud. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. My heart was pounding, but I didn't move. I looked toward the trees, half expecting someone to be standing there watching me, but there was nothing but trees and fog. I walked backwards, slowly, toward the cabin. When I got inside, I locked the doors again, then pushed the couch in front of the main door just to be sure. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I didn't cook. I didn't even turn the lights on when it got dark. I just sat there listening. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something scrape against the wall of the cabin. Not hard, just a slow dragging sound, like someone running a stick along the wood. Then it stopped. I waited, frozen in bed, trying not to breathe too loud. Minutes passed. Then I heard the same scrape on the other side of the cabin. Slower this time, closer to the bedroom window. I didn't move. I didn't even get up to look. I just stayed under the blanket, heart thudding so loud I thought whoever was out there might hear it. I didn't sleep until the sky started turning gray again. That morning, I decided I was leaving. I didn't care that I'd paid for the whole week. I didn't care if I had to drive 4 hours on an empty stomach. I packed my bag in 10 minutes, tossed everything into the back of my car, and turned the engine over. It wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. The dashboard lights came on, but the engine just clicked. Battery was fine, but it wouldn't crank. I opened the hood, checked what little I knew how to check, and then stood there staring at the forest like it was waiting to swallow me. I went back inside, pulled the curtains, and sat in the kitchen. I was stuck, at least until I could figure out what was wrong with the car. There was no phone signal and no internet either. I had a radio in the emergency kit, but it only picked up static. I had no choice but to wait another night. Maybe in the morning I could get the car running again, or start walking the road until I found a signal. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I sat on the couch, a kitchen knife in my lap, just staring at the front door. It was silent for hours. Then, around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, careful, leaves crunching underfoot. They circled the cabin once. Then again, I heard the scrape again, this time against the window glass. I stood slowly and backed into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just stood there, knife in hand, until the first light of dawn came through the bathroom window. When I came out, everything looked the same, but something had changed. There was a fresh mark on the front door. Same kind as before, same shape, deep enough that it had cut through the wood. Below it, something had been left on the porch. A bird, a dead one, its neck twisted, wings broken, and its body still warm when I picked it up with a rag. I wrapped it in plastic and stuffed it in the trash can outside, then went to the car again. This time, the engine started. I didn't waste a second. I backed down the trail so fast I scraped the side of the car on a branch. I drove the whole way back to the main road without stopping. When I got back into range, my phone lit up with messages and missed calls, but I didn't check them. I just drove. It's been months now. I haven't told anyone the full story. People would just think I was paranoid or imagining things. Maybe I was. Maybe it was just some sick person playing a game. But the feeling I had out there, like I was being studied, watched, marked, it hasn't gone away. I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that scraping sound. I still keep my curtains closed, even during the day. And last week, I found a mark on the tree behind my apartment. Same shape, same size, same smooth scrape. I needed a break. My mind was drowning in the kind of noise that doesn't come from outside, but from inside your own head. I've been working nonstop for months, barely sleeping, barely eating right, just sitting at my desk in my apartment in the city, slowly wearing myself down. One morning, I looked in the mirror and barely recognized my face. My eyes looked sunken in. I hadn't seen real sunlight in weeks. I hadn't spoken to anyone in days. My phone was full of unanswered messages and emails, but I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to go anywhere with people. No hotels, no resorts. I wanted quiet, just quiet and space. Somewhere remote, somewhere far away from everything. That's when I remembered this old rental site I used once before. People rented out their cabins and cottages. Some were way off the grid. I started searching with no real direction, just scrolling through places until I saw one that looked still. It was a small wooden cabin in the woods, a few hours north. The pictures showed trees all around it, no other structures in sight. One photo showed a dirt path leading up to the cabin and nothing else. Another showed the inside, basic furniture, a little wood-burning stove, a small bed, and a kitchen that looked just functional enough. It looked like a place where nothing happened. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 5 nights. I packed a duffel bag with some clothes, basic food, a flashlight, some books, a power bank, and a knife just in case. I wasn't scared of anything in particular. I just liked knowing I had it. I filled my car with gas and started driving early the next morning. The road stretched for miles. Eventually, the smooth highway turned into rougher country roads, then gravel. Then finally, I followed a set of directions from the owner that took me off the main road and down a narrow dirt trail. My phone had already lost signal about 20 minutes earlier. There were no signs, no lights, just trees pressing in on both sides and the tires crunching slowly over the dirt and twigs. I kept checking to make sure I hadn't taken a wrong turn. It felt like the kind of place you'd only find if someone told you exactly where to go. And then there it was. The cabin sat quietly in a clearing, made of dark wood, with a sloped roof and a small porch. There was a fire pit off to the side, some stacked logs, and a rusted metal chair that looked like it hadn't been moved in years. No cars, no people, nothing but trees and that thick, still silence that only deep woods can give you. I parked next to the cabin and got out. The air smelled like pine needles and cold soil. I unlocked the door using the key from the little box beside it and stepped inside. The inside was smaller than it looked in the photos, but it felt solid. The wooden floor creaked a bit when I walked. There was a narrow bed pushed against one wall, a table with 2 chairs, a tiny kitchen with an old electric burner and a sink, and a wood stove in the corner. There were 2 small windows, one above the sink and one near the bed, and a back door that led out to the woods. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust. It wasn't fancy, but it felt like it was built for this exact purpose, to be left alone in. I dropped my bag, looked around once more, and then just sat at the table, staring out the window for a while. The only sound was the wind moving through the trees. It was perfect. The first day passed like a slow breath. I heated up a can of soup on the stove, walked a little around the property, and sat outside in the chair near the fire pit until the sun dipped behind the trees. I didn't even think about work or my phone or emails. For the first time in months, my mind felt empty. I slept early that night. No alarms, no screens, just darkness. The second day, I woke up early to the sound of rain tapping on the roof. It wasn't loud, just a steady, soft pattern. I stayed inside most of the morning, reading one of the books I brought, wrapped in a blanket. I made coffee and boiled eggs on the burner. I noticed how quiet it got when the rain stopped around noon. I stepped outside again and just stood there for a while, not thinking about anything. That night, I made a small fire in the pit using the dry wood stacked nearby. I sat there for hours, just feeding the flames, listening to the crackle. I heard owls, crickets, a couple rustles in the brush, probably just squirrels or raccoons. Normal sounds. But sometime after I put out the fire and went inside, I thought I heard something different. I was lying in bed, barely drifting off, when I heard what sounded like a thud. Not loud, not sharp, just a dull, soft impact, like something brushing against the porch or the wall outside. I sat up slowly and listened. Nothing. I got up, went to the front window and looked out, but it was too dark. I couldn't see anything. I told myself it was probably a branch that fell, maybe an animal brushing past. I lay back down, but it took longer to fall asleep that night. The next morning, I stepped outside to look around the cabin, just to be sure. Nothing looked unusual. I checked the porch, the wall, the woods nearby. Nothing seemed moved or disturbed. Still, I felt a little more alert. I guess when you're that isolated, your brain starts noticing every little noise and movement. You realize how far you really are from anyone else. I shook it off and decided to walk deeper into the woods behind the cabin. I followed the slope downhill for about 30 minutes until I reached a small stream. The sound of the water was calming. I sat there for a while, just watching it move over rocks and branches. I never saw another person. No hikers, no cabins, just trees stretching in every direction. When I got back to the cabin in the late afternoon, something caught my eye. The metal chair near the fire pit had been moved. It was subtle, but I knew it had been closer to the pit. Now it was facing away from it, toward the woods. Maybe it had been like that earlier and I hadn't noticed, but I didn't think so. I stared at it for a long time, not sure what to make of it. That night, I kept the flashlight beside my bed. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I heard it again. A sound outside. Not a thud this time, more like a soft scrape, like something dragging across the porch slowly. I froze. I didn't move or breathe. I just listened. Then I heard a creak. The wooden step outside groaning under weight. I grabbed the flashlight and stood up slowly. I didn't turn on any lights. I stepped to the window and looked out through the curtain. There was nothing there. I waited for almost 15 minutes, staring into the dark. Then, slowly, I turned the lock on the front door and made sure it was secured. I checked the back door too. Then I went back to bed, still gripping the flashlight. Sleep didn't come easy that night. When the sun came up, I stepped out and looked around again. No tracks, no signs of anything. The chair hadn't moved again. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal anymore. Something was off. I told myself I was being paranoid, that isolation messes with your head. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I knew what I heard. I knew what I felt. I thought about leaving, packing up and just driving back. But part of me didn't want to overreact. There was only one night left. That evening, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I didn't want to go inside. I didn't want the quiet. I felt like someone could be watching me from the woods. The trees felt closer somehow. At some point, I realized I hadn't seen a single bird all day. No squirrels, no movement in the trees. It was like everything was holding its breath. When I finally went inside, I locked both doors, checked the windows, and left the flashlight on the table. I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I just sat in bed, staring at the window. At around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. This time I was sure. Slow, heavy steps, one after another. Not rushed, just careful, measured. They stopped in front of the door. I didn't move. Then the door handle moved. It rattled gently once, then again. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't speak, just tried the handle and stood there. I stood up slowly and grabbed the flashlight. I turned it on and pointed it at the door through the window. I couldn't see anything, but I kept it pointed there for 10 minutes. Then I heard the steps again, moving away, off the porch, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep at all. I just waited for the sun. When it finally rose, I packed my bag in under 5 minutes. I didn't eat, didn't make coffee. I walked around the cabin once more, trying to see if there were any signs. On the edge of the clearing, near the tree line, I found something. A boot print. It was large, deeper than my own, and fresh. The mud was still damp underneath. I didn't follow it. I got in my car and left. I didn't look back. The dirt road felt longer than it had on the way in. When I finally got signal again, I saw a missed call from the cabin owner and a message that said, "Just checking in. Everything okay?" I never replied. Ending, clear and detailed. I never told anyone about it for a long time. I tried to convince myself it was. I took a break from everything because I felt like I was losing my mind. Not in a dramatic way, just that slow, creeping frustration that builds when nothing feels quiet anymore. Noise from the city, phone notifications, people's voices, constant movement. I needed a pause. I had a lot of vacation days saved up, and since I didn't have kids or anyone waiting for me back home, I figured I'd take a couple weeks completely off-grid. No internet, no electricity, no noise. I rented a cabin about 7 miles off the nearest paved road, somewhere deep in the mountains of western Montana. It wasn't a resort cabin. This was an old wooden structure built back in the 70s, just barely kept together by people who only used it for hunting trips or the rare week-long retreat. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. It had a wood-burning stove, a small generator for lights if needed, and a metal water pump that had to be hand-primed outside. It sounded perfect. The drive up to the place was a trail more than a road. 1 lane wide, dirt and gravel. Twists, turns, and the kind of ruts that made you think your tire might pop. There were no street signs. You just had to follow the directions written down by the owner, who lived 2 states away and only checked on the property once every couple years. It was surrounded by trees, thick pine and spruce, tangled branches, layers of undergrowth. Quiet in a way that made your ears adjust. When I got there the first day, I stepped out of my car and just listened. Nothing. No hum of engines. No people, just wind and trees creaking, and somewhere far off, the sound of water. It was incredible. I unloaded everything into the cabin and set up a little routine for myself. Wake up with the sun, cook my own food on the wood stove, go for hikes during the day, then read or write in the evenings. The first few days went exactly as I'd hoped. It was quiet, peaceful. I hiked down one of the trails that sloped into a small valley, following a creek that twisted through the rocks and ferns. I didn't see another soul. I made a fire in the evenings, just sitting and watching it. I barely thought about my phone, my job, or anyone I knew. Felt like I was slowly rebooting my brain. Then, on the fifth night, something changed. I had just gone to bed. The cabin had no real insulation, so I could hear everything outside clearly. The wind, the trees shifting, sometimes a distant coyote or owl. But that night, I heard something else. Footsteps, not animals. I've camped enough to know the difference. These were slow, deliberate steps, crunching leaves, stopping, then starting again. I stayed in bed for a while just listening. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer, but the sound didn't move like a deer. It wasn't startled, it wasn't clumsy. It felt like someone was trying not to make noise, which is exactly why I heard them. That kind of slow, careful step only happens when someone doesn't want to be heard. But it was too late at night for any hikers to be out, and I was at least an hour's drive from the nearest main road. I got up slowly and looked out through the crack in the wooden window shutter. It was too dark to see much. There wasn't any outside light. I waited there for a few minutes, holding my breath, hoping I just imagined it. Eventually, I heard the steps again, this time moving away. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin looking for tracks. It had rained lightly the day before, so the ground was soft. I found something. They were faint, but they were there, shoe prints. Not boots, not animal tracks, just a single line of prints that circled the back of the cabin and then went off into the trees. I tried to be rational. Maybe someone was hiking nearby. Maybe I had a neighbor I didn't know about. Maybe someone was hunting and got turned around. But the cabin wasn't on public land, and there were no trails marked anywhere near the backside of it. I felt uneasy but told myself it was probably nothing. I went about the rest of the day like normal. Cooked, hiked, wrote in a small notebook I'd brought. Still, every time I heard a noise outside, I tensed up. The following night, I kept the lantern on a little longer than usual. I was still reading when I heard something again, but this time it wasn't footsteps. It was a soft tap, a single knock on the back wall of the cabin. I froze. I sat completely still, listening for anything else. Nothing, just that one quiet knock, as if someone pressed their knuckles gently against the wood. I didn't get up. I didn't move. I just stayed frozen on the mattress, heart pounding in my chest so hard I could hear it in my ears. I waited over an hour before I finally stood up and slowly moved toward the window again. Nothing, just dark woods and fog from my own breath on the glass. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I was on edge. I packed some supplies and went for a long hike, mostly to clear my head. I went farther than I had before, heading up the mountain behind the cabin instead of toward the valley. The trail wasn't marked, but it was easy to follow. I figured I'd be gone for a few hours. After about 45 minutes of hiking, I stopped to drink some water. That's when I noticed something strange. I turned and saw a shape between the trees, just barely. At first I thought it was a deer or some animal, but then I saw it again, about 20 yards behind me. It was a man, standing still half behind a tree. He wasn't wearing bright colors. He didn't wave or shout. He just stood there watching me. I stared back for a long moment, not moving. Then I called out, even though I'd promised myself not to talk to anyone. But the man didn't respond. He just stepped back slowly, disappearing into the trees like he was never there. I didn't chase after him. I turned around and walked quickly, almost ran, back toward the cabin. I kept checking behind me the whole time. I didn't see him again, but I felt like he could see me. That night, I locked the cabin tight. I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook. I just sat in the dark with my flashlight ready, clutching a large piece of firewood like a bat. Every small sound outside made me flinch. At one point, I thought I heard something brush against the wall again, but it was so faint I couldn't tell if it was real or my nerves. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to leave. I'd had enough. Peace and quiet wasn't worth this kind of fear. I packed everything, threw it into my car, and began driving down the dirt trail back toward the road. It was early, just past sunrise. I hadn't gone more than 500 yards when I had to stop the car. There was a tree blocking the trail, a full-grown pine, thick trunk, freshly fallen. I got out to check. It wasn't rotten. It wasn't old. Someone had cut it. The saw marks were fresh. The branches had been stripped off on one side. It hadn't fallen naturally. That's when the fear really hit me. Someone had blocked the only road out. I got back in the car, locked the doors, and sat there trying to decide what to do. I had no phone signal, no way to call for help. Walking would take hours, and I had no idea if someone was out there watching me again. Eventually, I decided to hike out. I brought water, a knife, and a flashlight. I knew there was a Forest Service road about 5 miles west through the trees. It would take most of the day, but it was my only chance. I kept off the main trails, moving fast and trying to stay quiet. Every time I heard a branch snap or bird take off, I flinched. I stopped to listen every few minutes. At one point, I found another trail I hadn't seen before, narrow with signs of use. A small path cut through the trees, leading downhill toward a gully. I almost ignored it, but curiosity got the better of me. I followed it for about 200 feet and then stopped cold. There was a small clearing. In the middle of it was a shack, built out of scrap wood, plastic tarps, and old sheet metal. It looked like it had been there a long time. Outside, hanging from a rope, were animal bones. Dozens of them, cleaned and tied together like decorations. Skulls nailed to trees. Bits of fur caught in the branches. A blue tarp covering a pile of something large. I didn't go closer. I turned and walked fast, almost ran, back toward the direction I was originally going. I didn't care if I made noise. I just needed to get out. After hours of hiking, I finally reached the service road. I flagged down a pickup truck driven by a man who worked for the county. He gave me a strange look when I told him where I came from, but didn't say much. He gave me a ride to town. I didn't go back for the car. Later, I called the cabin owner and told him everything. He was surprised but didn't seem too worried. Said he hadn't had anyone rent it in years. I contacted the sheriff's department in the nearest county and gave them the location of the shack I saw. I told them about the tree blocking the road, the footsteps, the man watching me. They took my report but never followed up. When I called again weeks later, they said they hadn't found anything. I know what I saw. I know someone was out there. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who lived off the land, hidden, watching. I haven't gone back to the woods since, and I never will. Everything had been piling up over the last few months. Work stress, family issues. My health had taken a hit too, headaches, chest pressure, poor sleep, always on edge. The kind of stuff you try to ignore until it builds up so high that it tips over and drowns you. So I booked a cabin, a real one. Not one of those places with Wi-Fi and satellite TV that people still call off-grid. This one was 30 miles from the nearest town, sat deep in the woods near a lake, and didn't even have a paved road leading to it. No electricity, no cell reception, no neighbors, just trees, water, and silence. The pictures made it look peaceful. A wood-framed, single-floor structure with a tin roof, a front porch, and a chimney that leaned slightly like it had been nudged by time. There was a dock that extended into the lake, and a canoe tied to it. The listing said there was a solar panel for charging small things like a flashlight or a radio, but nothing else. It was exactly what I needed. I drove up on a Wednesday morning in early October, before the frost started settling in. The air was cool, the sky was overcast, and leaves had begun to fall. It took me 6 hours from my house to reach the edge of the forest, then another 40 minutes on a dirt road full of potholes and fallen branches. By the time I got there, my back hurt, and my eyes were tired from dodging bumps and ruts in the road. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but it was solid. A little dark inside, but clean. There was a wood stove for heat, a metal sink connected to a hand pump for water, a composting toilet out back, and a small table near the window facing the lake. The air smelled like pine and damp leaves, with a bit of wood smoke from the last person who'd stayed. I unpacked slowly, stacking my food and supplies on the shelves, unrolling my sleeping bag on the cot, placing a small axe and lantern by the door. I didn't bring much. Cans of beans, packets of rice, jerky, oatmeal, a few bottles of water, even though the lake was clean. Just the basics. I even left my laptop behind. I didn't want it near me. That first day was quiet. I walked along the tree line, stretched my legs, and sat on the porch for a while, just breathing. I didn't realize how much I missed the sound of nothing. No phones, no sirens, just birds, wind, water. By the time night fell, the woods were completely dark. Not city dark, not suburban dark, real dark. The kind of black that makes your eyes strain until they ache. I used my lantern to get around inside and tossed a couple logs into the stove to keep warm. The wind picked up during the night, and I heard it push against the trees and moan through the chimney. It took me a while to fall asleep, but I eventually did, wrapped up in my sleeping bag, the fire crackling a few feet away. The next morning, I woke up early, made instant coffee with lake water I'd boiled, and sat out on the dock. The sun hadn't fully risen, but the lake was smooth and silver like glass. No boats, no people, just mist and trees and water. That was the best part. The calm. I spent most of the second day reading and walking the area. There were old logging trails that wound through the woods, a few faded signs nailed to trees from what looked like decades ago. I followed one trail about a mile in and found a rusted-out truck in the middle of nowhere, half sunk into the earth, covered in moss. A crow flew out of it when I stepped close, and the echo of its wings startled me. That night, I cooked some rice and beans on the small camping stove and wrote a few thoughts in a notebook. I kept thinking how nice it was to be here, away from all the noise. The third day, something changed. I was down at the dock, sitting on the edge, feet dangling above the water. It was just after lunch. I heard a low rumble, distant at first, then closer. A vehicle. That didn't make sense. The road here wasn't on any map. Only the people who rented this cabin knew about it. I stood up, listened. The sound got louder, tires crunching over leaves and gravel. Then I saw it. A faded green pickup truck, moving slowly down the path toward the cabin. Rust on the bumper, mud on the sides. It stopped about 20 yards away, and the engine cut off. Nobody got out. I watched from the dock. I couldn't see inside because the windshield was reflecting the sky. The truck just sat there. No movement, no sound. I felt a twinge in my chest, like something wasn't right. I slowly walked back up to the porch and stood by the door. Still no one got out. I thought maybe it was someone from the rental company checking on the place, or maybe a hunter lost in the woods. But usually people wave or say something. This truck just sat there. I waited 5, maybe 10 minutes. Nothing. Finally, I stepped inside, grabbed the axe, and stood behind the screen door. I wasn't trying to be paranoid, but out here, alone, you don't take chances. Still nothing. I waited another minute, then I walked out a few steps, keeping the axe behind my leg. As soon as I moved, the truck's engine turned back on. It backed up slowly, turned, and drove away, same direction it came from. No one rolled down a window. No one said anything. I stood there for a long time after it disappeared, listening to the wind in the trees. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the lantern on low and the axe next to me. I listened for every sound, every twig snap, every creak of the porch boards. Around midnight, I thought I heard an engine again far off in the woods, but I couldn't be sure. By the fourth day, I started to feel different. I didn't go walking. I didn't sit on the dock. I stayed near the cabin. I kept the fire going even during the day, just for comfort. Around noon, I walked a few feet into the woods near the trail, just to look. I saw tire tracks, fresh ones. They weren't there 2 days ago. I followed them for a bit. They didn't match the old ones I made when I drove in. These were new. from that same truck. Someone had driven near the cabin while I was sleeping. That night, I barely slept. I didn't even try to lie down. I sat in the chair by the window, lantern off, staring out into the dark. I thought I saw something move between the trees around 3 a.m. A flicker, a shape, but it could have been the wind or my eyes playing tricks. The next morning, I made a decision to leave a day early. I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed up my stuff quickly, stuffed everything into the back of my car, and doused the fire. As I got into the driver's seat, I looked back at the woods one last time. That's when I saw the footprints. They were near the back window, in the dirt, barefoot, at least 6 or 7 prints. They hadn't been there the day before. They were fresh, dry, clean, not animal, human, no shoes. I stared at them for a long time, trying to understand. Who the hell walks barefoot out here? I got in and drove fast, faster than I should have on that road. Branches scraped the sides of my car. Mud kicked up behind me. I didn't stop until I hit the paved road again, and even then, I kept going another hour before pulling into a gas station. I told the clerk I'd been out at a cabin and asked if anyone lived in those woods. He shrugged, said most of the land was private or forest managed. Some old-timers used to hunt there, but nobody really lived out there anymore. Too far out, too isolated. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not my family, not my coworkers. I just said it was peaceful and quiet and that I'd caught up on sleep. But the truth stuck with me. A week later, I checked the listing for the cabin again. It had been removed. No listing, no photos, gone. I called the company I booked it through. They told me the owner had pulled it off the platform. No reason given. Just said it was no longer available. That was 6 months ago. Sometimes I still think about the truck, the footprints, how whoever was out there never spoke, never made themselves known. Just watched, moved through the woods, got close. Not every threat makes noise. Some people wait. Some people watch. And out there, with no signal, no neighbors, and no help, they know exactly how long they can take. I thought going to a quiet place would help me write better. For months, I had been stuck at my desk in the city, staring at blank pages, trying to force something out. I needed silence. No phone, no traffic, no neighbors yelling through the walls. Just a laptop, some coffee, and maybe the sound of wind through trees. I found a listing online for a cabin deep in the forest, 3 hours away from the nearest town. It looked like the perfect place. Isolated. No internet. No distractions. It had a small generator, well water, and just enough solar power to charge a laptop. The man who owned it was renting it out for cheap, probably because nobody else was crazy enough to go that far off the grid. I drove out there on a Thursday afternoon in early fall. The leaves were already starting to turn. The road to the cabin was narrow and covered in dry leaves. My tires kept crunching over sticks and pebbles. After a while, the gravel ended, and it turned into dirt. I followed it for maybe 20 more minutes until I came to a small clearing. The cabin sat there, quiet and old-looking, not falling apart, just used. It was a single floor with a steep roof, a porch with 2 wooden chairs, and a small chimney sticking out of the side. The trees were close all around, and there was a kind of damp smell in the air. Not mold exactly, just deep forest, wet bark, leaves beginning to rot. I unpacked slowly, just 2 bags, one with clothes and food, one with my laptop, notebooks, and charger. I had brought enough canned food and dry stuff to last for 10 days. My plan was to finish the last 3 chapters of my book. I figured that with no distractions, I could do it in maybe 4 days if I worked hard, then spend the rest of the time hiking, sleeping, and relaxing. The cabin had 1 small bedroom, a narrow kitchen with a propane stove, a bathroom with a compost toilet, and a living room with a little sofa and a desk next to the window. The window looked out into trees. No trails, no signs of life, just trees and moss and fallen branches. I set my stuff down and tried to get used to the quiet. It was real quiet. No hum from appliances, no planes overhead, no distant cars, just birds, wind, and the occasional creak of the wood shifting. That first night was calm. I made soup on the stove, drank some instant coffee, and read a few pages of a book before falling asleep early. The bed was creaky but comfortable. I left the window cracked a little because it was stuffy inside, and I liked the cool air. I could hear owls and small animals moving through the brush. That part didn't bother me. I had spent time camping before. This was no different, just with a roof over my head. I woke up around 5 the next morning. I made coffee again and sat at the desk. I started writing. First I was slow, but after a while it got better. The silence really did help. No beeps, no email, nothing pulling my attention away. Just the words and the trees and the sound of my fingers hitting the keys. By noon, I had written more than I had in 2 weeks back home. I kept going. I took a break to eat some granola and jerky, drank some water from the well tap, tasted a little metallic but fine. That afternoon, I took a walk through the woods behind the cabin. There was no trail, just dense trees and undergrowth, but I kept track of my path. I walked for maybe 20 minutes in one direction, then turned back. The forest was thick, a lot of fallen trees, some areas of standing water. I saw deer tracks and something that looked like maybe raccoon or fox. I didn't see any signs of people. No wrappers, no marks, no tree carvings. It felt untouched. That was a little strange, but I didn't think too much of it. Not everyone likes going this deep into nowhere. The second night, something woke me up around 2. I wasn't sure what at first. There was no loud bang or anything, just a feeling, like something had shifted. I sat up in bed and listened. At first, I thought maybe I had imagined it, but then I heard something soft, like a rustling outside the window, maybe an animal moving through the leaves. I stayed still. The window was still cracked open a few inches. It was dark out, no moon. I couldn't see anything beyond the glass. I waited. The sound came again, rustling, then silence. I got up and closed the window, locked it. That was enough nature for the night. The next morning, I went outside to look around. I expected to see maybe tracks or scat, but there wasn't anything. The leaves had shifted a little near the back of the cabin, but it could have been the wind. I didn't think much of it. I made eggs from powdered mix, drank more coffee, and got back to work. That day was good. I wrote nonstop for hours. It was like I had broken through something. The plot was working. The characters were making sense. I forgot all about the noise from the night before. I kept writing into the evening, then had a quick dinner and passed out early. That night, I heard the noise again. This time, it was louder, more steady, like footsteps, not heavy, but deliberate, slow, not an animal. I know what deer sound like. I've heard raccoons knock over trash cans. This was different. It sounded like someone walking through dry leaves. I sat up and held still. I had left the window closed, but I could still hear it, just barely. I got out of bed and moved quietly to the living room. I didn't turn on the lights. I looked out the window, total black. My reflection stared back at me. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes. The noise had stopped. I went back to bed but didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked again outside. I found footprints this time, faint but real. Not boot prints, just the shape of bare feet. Human, right in the dirt behind the cabin. They weren't deep. Whoever it was, they hadn't been heavy, but they were fresh. I followed them a few feet into the trees before they disappeared. The ground turned into leaves and brush. No way to follow further. I stood there for a long time. That wasn't something I had expected. I looked around. The trees were thick. Still, it didn't feel right. I didn't hear anything, not even birds. I went back inside and locked the door. I sat on the couch and thought. No one was supposed to be out here. The nearest house was miles away. This wasn't a place someone would just wander into, especially not barefoot. I tried to tell myself maybe it was some backpacker who got lost. But who hikes barefoot through forest? I thought about leaving, but it had taken me a whole afternoon just to get here, and my car's tank was low. I didn't have cell service. I told myself it was probably nothing, just some drifter, maybe a hunter. I'd stay one more night, then pack up and leave a few days early. I didn't write that day. I just sat around, staring at the woods, waiting. Nothing happened all day. No footsteps, no movement, no sign of anyone. When it got dark, I closed all the windows and locked everything again. I kept a flashlight beside me and a heavy iron tool from the shed just in case. I lay in bed with my ears open. For hours, there was nothing. Then, just past 3, I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't outside. It was on the porch. I heard the old wooden boards creak under weight. One step, then another. Slow, careful. I held my breath. I was fully awake now. I reached for the flashlight but didn't turn it on. The porch was right outside the bedroom. Just one thin wall between me and whatever was out there. I heard another creak. Then something brushed against the door. A light thump, then silence. I stayed like that until morning. I didn't move. I didn't sleep. I just stared at the wall, listening for more sounds. When the sun finally came up, I grabbed my bags and packed everything in 10 minutes. I didn't eat. I didn't write. I just got out. I stepped onto the porch and looked down. There were smudges, like dirt from bare feet, all over the wood. Some of them were smeared. Some were clean. They had stood there for a while, facing the door, not moving. I didn't even look back as I loaded the car. I drove fast down the dirt road, hitting rocks and branches. I didn't care. I didn't stop until I hit pavement an hour later. I got to the nearest gas station and filled up. I tried to explain to the clerk what had happened, but I could barely find the words. They just nodded and said people don't usually go out that far. I believed it. I didn't report it. I didn't go back. I deleted the man's listing from my bookmarks. I never finished the novel. Every time I try to write about what happened, my hands freeze. I still remember the sound of the boards creaking, the way those footsteps paused, like they were listening, like they were waiting for me to move. Maybe they were. I'll never know who it was, or what they wanted. Maybe they were just watching. Maybe they were planning something worse. But I left before I could find out. That was the smartest thing I've ever done. Some stories don't need an ending, just a way out, and I took mine. I never really liked the cold, but that fall I needed to get away from everything. Work had become too much. I was always surrounded by noise, traffic, deadlines, emails, calls, and more things than I could keep track of. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd wake up tired and go to bed exhausted. So I decided to take a few weeks off and head to the mountains. No internet, no neighbors, just peace and space to breathe. I wanted something simple: trees, wind, and maybe a quiet lake. I found a listing for a cabin deep in the forest, about 5 hours from my home, and the pictures looked decent enough. It was an old place, but clean, surrounded by pines and away from any towns or roads. I booked it for 2 weeks. The drive out there was long and mostly uneventful. I stopped once for gas and again for snacks. The last hour of the trip was on a rough gravel road that twisted through the woods. I didn't see a single other car. I kept checking my GPS, making sure I was still heading the right way. Trees pressed in close to the road on both sides, their branches occasionally brushing my side mirrors. The deeper I drove, the more the forest seemed to close around me. I arrived at the cabin around 4 p.m. It was just starting to get chilly. The place looked exactly like the pictures, maybe a bit older. It sat on a small clearing with thick trees all around. There was a small deck out front and a single wooden step that creaked under my boots. I unlocked the door with the code the owner had sent me and stepped inside. The air smelled like wood and dust. Everything was quiet except for a faint ticking sound from an old clock on the wall. The cabin had one bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with a couch and a wood stove. There was no TV, no internet, and no cell service. That first evening, I unpacked my bags, put my food in the fridge, and made a simple dinner: canned soup and toast. I sat on the porch afterward, wrapped in a blanket, listening to the wind move through the trees. I didn't hear any traffic, no voices, no planes, just the rustling of leaves and the occasional crack of branches. I went to bed early that night and slept harder than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke to silence, the kind of silence you only get deep in the forest. I brewed some coffee on the stove and sat outside again, enjoying the stillness. Around noon, I decided to explore the area. I followed a narrow trail behind the cabin that curved through the woods. It was clear but overgrown in spots. About 20 minutes in, I stumbled across a rusted-out old car, half covered in moss. It looked like it had been there for decades. The tires were flat, the windows gone. There were pine needles and leaves inside. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to imagine how it got there. No roads nearby. Maybe someone had driven it in a long time ago before the forest thickened. I didn't think much of it and kept walking. A little while later, I came across a second cabin. I wasn't expecting that. It looked abandoned. The wood was gray with age, the roof sloped and sagging. Vines crawled up one side. The door was closed but had no lock. I stood there, unsure whether to check it out. Curiosity got the better of me. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges moaning under the weight. Inside, everything was dark and dusty. Old furniture covered in sheets, a broken chair on its side, a cracked mirror leaning against the wall. It didn't look like anyone had been inside for years. I stayed there for a few minutes just looking around. Something about it gave me an uneasy feeling, though I couldn't say why. It wasn't that anything looked especially strange. It just felt wrong. Heavy air, like the place had soaked up bad memories. I didn't stay long. Back at my cabin, I read for a while, ate dinner, and turned in early again. I kept thinking about that second cabin. I didn't know there were other structures out here. The listing hadn't mentioned any neighbors, abandoned or not. The next few days passed quietly. I walked different trails, cooked meals, and enjoyed the quiet, but I couldn't stop thinking about the other cabin. On the fourth day, I went back to it. I don't know why. I guess I just wanted to see if I'd imagined that weird feeling. It looked exactly the same. Still empty, still quiet. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. There were marks on the floor inside. Faint scratches, like something heavy had been dragged across the boards. And near the fireplace, I saw old ashes that looked more recent than the rest of the place. That made no sense. If no one had been there in years, why would there be ashes? I felt that unease again. My gut told me to leave, and this time I listened. I walked back faster than before. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I heard things outside. Not animal sounds, something different. Footsteps, maybe, or movement just beyond the cabin walls. Every time I sat up in bed and listened, it would stop. I got up twice and shined my flashlight out the window, but I didn't see anything. The next day, I hiked farther out to clear my head. I was gone most of the day and came back just before dark. As I stepped onto the porch, I noticed something strange. My door was closed, but I was sure I'd left it cracked open earlier. I always kept it open a few inches when I went out to air out the cabin, but now it was shut tight. I stood there for a while, staring at the handle. Eventually, I stepped forward and opened it slowly. Everything inside looked normal, nothing out of place, but something felt off. I checked every room. All my things were where I left them. I even opened drawers and the fridge just to make sure. Nothing missing. But then, later that night, I noticed something else. My toothbrush was wet. I hadn't used it since the morning before. That small detail shook me more than anything. Someone had been in my cabin. I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the lights on and sat on the couch, listening to every creak and pop the cabin made. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement outside. This time I was sure. Crunching leaves. Slow, steady steps. I turned off the lamp and peeked out the window, heart pounding. I couldn't see anything in the dark, but I heard the steps circle around the side of the cabin. Then it stopped. I stood frozen for what felt like hours. Eventually, the sky began to lighten. I packed my bag and made a decision. I was leaving that day. I didn't care how much I had paid or how far I'd driven. Something wasn't right out here. But when I went to start my car, the engine wouldn't turn over. Battery was fine. Lights came on. It just wouldn't crank. I opened the hood, checked everything I knew how to check, which wasn't much. I tried again and again. Nothing. I was stuck. I had no phone service, no radio, no internet. I thought about walking back down the road toward where I'd driven in. Maybe I'd find a signal, but it was already midday, and it would be dark in a few hours. I didn't want to be caught out in the woods at night, especially not now. So I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep at all that night either. I kept thinking I heard something scratching at the walls. Once, I thought I saw a shadow move across the porch, but when I looked again, it was gone. I kept my knife next to me. Not that it would have helped much if someone really wanted to get in. The next morning, I decided I had to leave on foot. I packed water, food, and a flashlight. I locked the cabin behind me and started walking down the gravel road, hoping I could reach a spot with signal or find someone who could help. I walked for nearly 3 hours, but I never found the main road. I kept thinking it would appear just around the next bend, but it never did. Eventually, I came across another cabin, but it wasn't mine. It was the same abandoned one from before. Somehow, I had walked in a full circle even though I'd been following the road the entire time. That made no sense. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to understand. The road had looped around. Or maybe I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, but I hadn't seen any turns. I went inside the old cabin again, and that's when I saw something that chilled me to the bone. There was food on the table, canned beans still sealed, a fork beside it, and on the bed in the corner a bag. My bag, the one I had packed when I left that morning. I ran. I didn't stop. I don't even know how long I ran. Through the trees, down the road, off the road, cutting through brush and branches. I didn't care anymore about the trail or direction. I just wanted to get out. At one point I tripped and scraped my hands on rocks, but I didn't stop. Eventually, I saw headlights through the trees. A truck. I ran out onto the road, waving my arms. The man driving was a forest ranger. He looked shocked to see me. I told him everything, well, not everything. I just said I was lost. My car had died, and I needed help. He drove me back to town, and I left my car behind. I never went back to get it. When I called the cabin owner later from a hotel, the number didn't work. The listing was gone. I looked up the land records for the property. There was no rental cabin registered out there. Only one structure was listed in that part of the wood. It was mid-September when I decided to take a break from everything. I'd been working nonstop for months, waking up early, long shifts, back home after dark. I didn't even realize how much I was burning out until one morning. I sat in my car for nearly 20 minutes before starting it. I just stared out the windshield, thinking about nothing. That was when I knew I needed to go. So I packed up some essentials, loaded my camping gear and food into the back of my Jeep, and drove out toward the hills of northern Idaho. I knew a guy from a hiking forum who had a cabin there, about 20 miles past the last gas station. He wasn't using it anymore and told me I could have the key. It wasn't luxurious, he said, no electricity, no plumbing, but it was quiet, completely off-grid, and buried deep in the woods. That was exactly what I needed. I drove for hours, stopped only once for gas and snacks, and reached the gravel road leading to the cabin just before dusk. The trail to the cabin wasn't marked on any map. You had to know the right turnoff, just after a mossy boulder with an old rusted sign that used to say private property, but now was unreadable. The road was bumpy and narrow, full of potholes and patches of grass growing up through the gravel. It wound through thick pine forests, winding up and down, until finally opening into a small clearing about the size of a tennis court. The cabin was in the center of it, made of old, weather-beaten logs with a steep, dark green roof and a small stone chimney. One window in front, one on the side, both shut tight. I parked the Jeep just off the clearing and shut the engine off. The silence that followed was deep. Not the kind of silence you get in a city park or a neighborhood at night, but a heavy, natural silence. No cars, no planes, no voices. Just wind in the trees, a few birds, and the creaking of wood as I stepped onto the porch. I unlocked the door. It opened stiffly, like it hadn't been used in years, and inside it smelled like old wood, ash, and earth. Dust floated in the sunlight streaming through the small windows. There was one table, 2 chairs, a small cot against the far wall, and a stone fireplace. A shelf with some canned food, a dented kettle, and a hunting knife stuck into a crack in the wall above the sink. I set my bag down, swept the place out with the old broom by the door, and opened the back window to air it out. I wasn't scared, not even uneasy. I actually felt more at peace than I had in months. No phone reception, no emails, just the sound of wind and trees and the warmth of a fire crackling as I got it going in the hearth. That first night, I didn't even stay up late. I sat on the front porch for a while, listening to the crickets and watching the sky go dark. There were more stars out here than I'd ever seen in my life. You forget how small you are until you stare at a sky like that, away from city lights and noise. I went inside, locked the door, and slept hard. The first couple of days went by peacefully. I kept to a routine, woke up early, made breakfast with the little propane stove I brought, then hiked for a few hours in different directions. The land was rugged but beautiful. Thick forests, rocky slopes, and the occasional small stream trickling down from the hills. I marked my path with orange tape just in case, always careful not to wander too far. I didn't see another person, not one. I liked that. By the fourth day, I started noticing something odd. It wasn't anything big at first, just little things. A strange rustling in the woods at night. A tree limb that looked like it had been recently broken, even though there hadn't been any wind. Footprints in the soft earth by the edge of the clearing, but not mine. They were deeper, wider. I assumed maybe a hunter had passed through, even though I didn't hear any gunshots. I didn't think much of it. But that night, something woke me up. A noise. It was faint, barely there, but enough to make me sit up in the cot. It sounded like slow footsteps outside, heavy ones. I stayed still and listened. They moved slowly, crunching dry leaves and twigs, circling the cabin once. Then they stopped. Complete silence. I waited, not breathing, staring at the window. Nothing. The next morning, I found something even stranger. Just past the clearing, at the base of a tree near where I usually went to relieve myself, was a pile of small stones. Perfectly stacked, about 2 feet tall, like a cairn, but I hadn't made it, and I was sure it hadn't been there the day before. I kicked it over, not thinking much of it. Maybe someone had passed through, maybe a kid had made it years ago. I didn't know. I wasn't scared, just confused. But over the next 2 days, things got worse. More footprints, more piles of stones, always at the edge of the woods, always just barely visible from the cabin. I started feeling watched. I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I stepped outside, I felt like someone had just stepped back out of sight. I started carrying the hunting knife with me, even inside the cabin. I barely slept. The final straw came on the 7th day. That morning, I woke up to find the porch covered in pine needles, arranged in a pattern. Long, wide curves like half circles carefully placed and clean. It looked intentional. It wasn't random. I stood there staring at it for a long time. Then I looked at the woods, and that's when I saw him. At the edge of the trees, maybe 50 feet away, standing between 2 pines, was a man. Just standing there, not moving, not even shifting his weight. He was tall, maybe 6'3" or 6'4", thin but not lanky, wearing dark clothes that looked like they'd been in the woods a long time. His face was pale. His hair was long, dark, tangled. I couldn't make out much detail, but I knew he was watching me. I could feel it like a weight on my chest. I backed into the cabin and shut the door, locked it. Then I checked the back window. He was still there, not moving. I stayed inside all day. I didn't go out to get water. I didn't light a fire. I just sat inside holding the knife, watching the windows. When night came, I could barely see anything, but I heard movement. All night long. Footsteps, sticks breaking, something scraping against the back wall. I didn't sleep. The next morning, he was gone. So were the pine needles on the porch, like someone had swept them away. That was when I made the decision to leave. I started packing right away. I stuffed everything into my bag, grabbed the propane stove, water bottles, and left the food behind. I was ready to leave the place forever. I ran to the Jeep, but the tires were slashed. All 4, not just popped, but shredded. like someone had used a knife or a blade to cut deep gashes into the rubber. I stood there in disbelief. Then panic started to settle in. I was at least 20 miles from the nearest house. No cell service. No way to drive out. I went back to the cabin, locked the door again, and sat with my back against it for hours. I didn't think. I just listened. Every sound outside felt like a threat. That night, I didn't sleep again. At one point, I heard something metallic, a sharp scraping noise. I don't know what it was, but it was right outside the window. I didn't have the courage to look. The next morning, I tried to hike out. I took only what I needed: knife, water, some trail mix, flashlight, and left the rest. I followed the same trail I'd driven in on. But after maybe 2 hours, I realized something terrifying. The road was gone. Not literally, but I couldn't find the markers. No mossy boulder, no old sign. The forest all looked the same. Trees stretched in every direction. No tracks, no tire marks, nothing. I started panicking. I tried to backtrack, but I couldn't even find my own footprints. The forest had swallowed the trail. I wandered for hours, making big circles. I climbed a ridge, hoping to get a view, but it was just more trees. I ended up right back at the clearing. I almost screamed when I saw the cabin again. That night, I didn't go inside. I crawled under the porch and hid there, wrapped in my jacket, knife in my hand, heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I stayed awake the whole time, eyes wide open, barely blinking. At some point past midnight, I heard him again. Footsteps, not trying to be quiet, slow, heavy, right on the porch above me. Then silence. Then the sound of something being nailed into wood. I didn't move. When the sun rose, I crawled out slowly. On the front of the cabin door, nailed through the middle with thick, rusted nails, was a dead animal. A raccoon. His body split open, insides hanging out. Flies buzzing around it already. There was no note, no warning, just that. I ran. I didn't care about direction anymore. I just ran. Through the forest, over rocks and under branches, slipping, cutting myself, falling down and getting up again. I don't know how long I ran. My legs gave out at some point and I crawled. Then I walked. Then I ran again. Sometime in the afternoon, I heard a distant sound. A chainsaw, then an engine. I pushed toward the sound, half delirious. It belonged to my uncle, who had passed away 6 months earlier, and it sat near the edge of a lake in northern Minnesota. The place had always felt forgotten, thick woods behind it, no neighbors nearby, and only one gravel road connecting it to the nearest town about 30 minutes away by car. The town itself was small, just a gas station, a diner, and a hardware store that sold everything from fishing lures to chainsaws. My uncle used the cabin mostly for hunting trips. After he died, my dad asked me if I could go up there and spend a few days checking on the place. Clean it up, make sure the roof hadn't caved in, that kind of thing. I agreed because I needed the time away. Work had been grinding me down. I'd just gone through a breakup too, and the thought of being out in the quiet, away from people, seemed like a reset. The drive up was long. I left around sunrise and didn't get there until mid-afternoon. The last stretch, once I turned off the highway, was bumpy and rough. Trees got thicker. Road signs disappeared. I passed only 2 vehicles on the gravel road, both pickups, and neither driver gave more than a glance. When I reached the cabin, everything looked how I remembered it from the few times I'd visited as a kid. A single-level wooden structure, weather-beaten and gray. A small porch sagged in the front. There was an old canoe leaning against the side, and a rusted barbecue grill that had seen better days. The lake glimmered behind the cabin, partly visible through the pine trees. The place looked isolated. Still, almost too still. I parked and walked around to check the outside. Some fallen branches, a bit of moss creeping along the roof, and a few pieces of old firewood stacked neatly beside the porch. The windows were dusty but unbroken. The back door was locked tight. Inside, the air smelled stale. It was colder than I expected. The cabin didn't have electricity, just a propane stove, a small fireplace, and an ancient gas heater mounted on the wall. There were 2 small bedrooms, a main room with a dining table and a recliner, and a kitchen with a hand pump for water. Most things inside were covered in a thin layer of dust. The fridge was off, obviously, so I unloaded my own food, canned stuff, dry goods, water jugs, and a few things I'd brought in a cooler and set them on the counter. I brought extra batteries, a big flashlight, a couple of lanterns, and enough firewood to last me the week. The first day was quiet. I swept the floor, aired out the place by opening the windows, and took a short walk around the lake's edge. There was no cell service, which I expected, but I brought a satellite emergency radio just in case. I had a notepad where I planned to write down any issues I noticed around the cabin to tell my dad later. That night, I made a small fire, heated up some chili, and sat on the porch until it got dark. The silence up there was different from regular quiet. It wasn't just the lack of traffic or voices. It was the kind of silence where you can hear your heartbeat. Every little sound, a twig snapping, a gust of wind, the call of a loon on the lake, felt exaggerated. But nothing really bothered me. I liked it, until the second night. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. Around midnight, I was in bed, bundled up in a sleeping bag because the gas heater was finicky, when I heard something. It was faint like a shuffle outside. I thought maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or maybe a deer. I stayed still, listening. It didn't repeat. The next morning, I checked outside. Nothing. No prints in the dirt, no damage, no signs of anything being out of place. Later that day, I took the canoe out for a paddle. The lake was calm. There were a few cabins farther up the shore, but they looked empty. I didn't see any boats, didn't hear any people. I drifted for about an hour, then brought the canoe back and secured it with a rope. Then I chopped a bit of firewood and read a few pages of a paperback I'd brought with me. The second night, around the same time, just after midnight, I heard the sound again. This time it was louder, more deliberate. It was a crunch, like someone walking on gravel or dried leaves, but slow. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The window beside my bed had a curtain, but it was thin. I thought about pulling it back to look, but something stopped me. I don't know what. The feeling. Something didn't seem right. The footsteps went quiet after a minute. I stayed awake for another hour before I finally fell asleep. The next day, I was on edge. I walked the perimeter again and looked for footprints, but there was nothing I could clearly identify. The ground was a little damp from dew, but it had dried up by mid-morning. I thought about driving back into town to ask around if anyone had seen something, but I told myself I was just being jumpy. I didn't want to look paranoid. That evening, I secured the doors and windows tightly. I set one of the lanterns on the table near the front window, where it cast light across the porch. I placed my hunting knife on the table beside it, just to feel a little safer. Then I turned in for the night. At 2:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something scraping. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, like metal on wood. It came from the back side of the cabin. I moved slowly, unzipped my sleeping bag, and crept out of the bedroom. The floor was cold. I didn't turn on a light. I just stood there in the main room, straining to hear. The scraping happened again. Then it stopped. I waited for what felt like 20 minutes. Nothing. In the morning, I walked around to the back. That's when I saw it. There were marks on the back door. Scratches. Thin but long. Not claw marks. They were straight, like someone had dragged a tool along the wood. The paint had been shaved away. There were 5 distinct lines, each about a foot long. That's when it hit me. This wasn't an animal. Someone had been out there. I packed some things into a duffel bag in case I had to leave fast. I didn't want to run yet. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was squatting nearby and thought I didn't belong there. But still, I took the knife and kept it close. I even loaded the old .22 rifle my uncle had left in the back closet. I didn't want to use it, but I wasn't about to stay defenseless. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I kept all the lights off and sat in the dark, watching. I wanted to catch whoever it was off guard. I stayed like that for hours, barely moving. I didn't even breathe loud. At 1:45 a.m., I saw the shape. It was just outside the front window. The porch light was off, but there was a bit of moonlight, enough to make out a silhouette. A man. He was standing still, too still, like he was trying to listen. I didn't move. I could feel my pulse in my throat. He stood there for at least 5 minutes. Then, slowly, he walked off the porch and disappeared around the side of the cabin. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I saw more scratches, this time near the window. Same kind of marks. Thin, long, deliberate. I packed my things. I didn't want to stay another night. I loaded the car, locked the door behind me, and drove the hell out of there. But when I got to the edge of the gravel road, about 15 minutes into the drive, I found something that made my stomach sink. The sign that marked the main road had been taken down. The post was still there, but the wooden sign with the route number had been pulled off and laid flat in the bushes nearby. I put it back up, but the message was clear. Someone didn't want me finding my way out easily. I didn't stop until I got back into town. I went straight to the sheriff's office and told them what had happened. They didn't seem surprised. One of the deputies said, in a low voice, that over the years, a few people had come in with similar stories. Scratches, footsteps, a figure outside at night. But they'd never caught anyone. They figured it was some backwoods squatter, someone who didn't want company in the area. I went home that day and didn't look back. Weeks passed. I tried to forget about it, told myself it was just a drifter, that I'd gotten out safe and that's what mattered. But then, 2 months later, I got a call from my dad. He said someone had broken into the cabin. The strange part? Nothing was taken. Nothing was damaged. Except for one thing. On the kitchen table, carved into the wood, was a sentence. You came too close. They never found out who did it. And I never went back. I didn't grow up going to cabins or spending weekends in the woods. Most of my life was spent in small apartments or rental houses in the suburbs. But after turning 34, something inside me started craving silence. Not just quiet, but real silence. No traffic, no sirens, no televisions humming through walls. I wanted to hear birds. I wanted to fall asleep to the sound of nothing. I had enough money saved up after years of working as a freelance surveyor and thought maybe it was time to rent out a remote cabin for a few weeks to unwind. Just me, no family, no coworkers, no plans. I wasn't looking for a vacation. I just wanted to disappear for a little while. I found a listing on an old travel forum. It was a simple one-bedroom cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota. The owner was a retired logger who rarely rented it out anymore, but he liked my message and told me I could have it for a month if I wanted. No neighbors for miles, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, just a hand pump well for water, a wood-burning stove, and a small generator for lights. Sounded perfect. I drove up in my old pickup with supplies to last 4 weeks. Canned food, firewood, a hunting knife, some tools, a big cooler, and enough books to last a while. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. Every morning, I'd wake up with the sunrise bleeding through the pine trees and the fog hanging low between the trunks. I'd sit on the front porch wrapped in a blanket, sipping bitter coffee as I watched squirrels chase each other and listen to the wind rustling through the branches. By midday, I'd walk trails that barely even existed anymore. Just soft spots in the forest floor where animals had worn down a path. I didn't see a single person, not even a hiker. The cabin was miles off the main road, and the dirt path that led to it had nearly vanished. I had to park about a quarter mile away and hike in with all my gear on foot. By the end of the first week, I was beginning to feel like a part of the forest. My phone stayed off, my watch battery died, and I stopped caring about what day it was. I ate when I was hungry, slept when I was tired, and let the rhythms of the woods tell me what time it was. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. That was when I started noticing little things. I didn't think much of it at first. A small pile of rocks stacked near the outhouse that I didn't remember placing. A branch that had been snapped clean across the trail, like something large had stepped on it. At first, I thought it might have been deer or maybe even a bear. It was the woods, after all. But then I found a footprint. It was about 50 feet from the back of the cabin. I was walking around checking on the generator when I noticed it. One single footprint in the patch of soft moss and dirt. Barefoot. Human. The heel was deep, the toes spread wide. Definitely a man's. It wasn't mine. I had been wearing boots since I got there. The size was big, at least a size 12. It hadn't rained recently, so the print had to be fresh. I stared at it for a while, not sure what to do. There were no other prints nearby, just the one. No drag marks, no trail. I looked around the trees, scanning the shadows. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded out of place. I went back inside and locked the door for the first time since arriving. The next morning, I found another footprint. This one was right by the porch, pressed into a small patch of dirt where I had set down my firewood. Again, barefoot. No tracks leading away. No smudge marks on the steps. Just the print, like someone had appeared there, stood still and vanished. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every creak of the wood stove, every snap of the old pine walls, made my chest tighten. I lay still in the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, listening. There was nothing. I told myself it could be an animal. Maybe someone had camped nearby and walked through. It's not impossible. But the next day, something was missing. I had left my small hatchet buried in a stump next to the woodpile. I'd been using it to split kindling. I remembered exactly where I put it. Half sunk into the stump, blade still dirty with sap. When I went out to get it, it was gone. No marks, no drag trails. No wind could have moved it. It was just gone. That was when I started to feel afraid. I thought about packing up and leaving early, but the idea of hiking the quarter-mile back to the truck suddenly felt like a risk. I couldn't explain it, but I felt watched. Like if I stepped onto that trail, someone might be waiting. So I stayed. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was tired and overreacting. I started locking the door during the day and keeping my knife close at night. 3 nights later, I heard it. A sound outside the window. Just one, soft, dragging step in the leaves. Then another, slow, deliberate. I didn't get up. I didn't look outside. I just lay in bed, every muscle frozen. The steps didn't circle the cabin or approach the door. They just came closer to the window and stopped. I held my breath. Minutes passed. Then I heard a soft sound, like someone exhaling. Long, slow, like a sigh through their nose. I didn't sleep after that. The sky slowly turned gray. The birds began to chirp. When it was light enough, I got up and walked around the outside of the cabin. There were no footprints, no sign anyone had been there. But when I stepped behind the trees that lined the back of the property, I found something else. A small pile of bark had been stripped off one of the trees. It was stacked like a tiny pyramid on a flat stone, and next to it was a dead rabbit. Its head was gone. The body was laid neatly beside the bark. I didn't touch it. I didn't eat that day. I barely drank water. My thoughts were racing. I started calculating how long it would take to pack everything up and haul it out to the truck. The truck wasn't far, but the woods felt different now. The air felt heavier, like it was waiting for something. By sundown, I had decided I was leaving the next morning. I kept the generator running through the night, even though I was running low on fuel. I wanted the lights on. I barricaded the front door with the table and moved the couch against the back one. I sat in the center of the room with my knife and flashlight, staring at the windows. I didn't read. I didn't do anything, just waited. Around midnight, the generator cut out. I had 2 gas cans left. I thought about going outside to refill it, but I couldn't move. I kept the flashlight pointed at the front window. Minutes passed, then hours. At one point, I swear I saw something move between the trees. Just a shadow shifting, too slow to be natural. The next morning, I didn't wait. As soon as the sun was high enough to see clearly, I opened the front door, grabbed my backpack, and left everything else behind. The walk to the truck felt longer than it ever had. Every 20 feet, I stopped to check behind me. The woods were still. No birds, no wind, nothing. When I got to the truck, I threw the gear in the back without organizing it and jumped into the cab. The keys were still in the glove box, just like I left them. The engine took a few seconds to turn over. When it finally started, I floored it. I didn't stop until I was 50 miles south. At the first gas station I found, I parked under the bright lights and locked the doors. I sat there for almost an hour before I could breathe normally again. I felt stupid. Nothing had actually happened. No attack, no break-in, nothing stolen other than a hatchet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, watching, waiting, playing a slow, quiet game. Back home, I tried to forget about it. I never told anyone. I deleted the photos I took of the cabin and never contacted the owner again. A year passed. I tried to convince myself it was just some local hunter messing with me or some strange backwoods tradition. But then something happened that brought it all back. I got a small package in the mail. There was no return address, just my name and a postmark from a rural town in Minnesota. Inside was a single item, my missing hatchet. The handle was cleaned. The blade was wrapped in rabbit fur, and carved into the metal, scratched with something sharp, were 3 words: I saw you. I moved apartments the next week. I installed a security system. I keep the blinds closed, even during the day. I still don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I know they weren't just passing through. They were waiting for me, watching, and maybe they still are. I don't really like talking about what happened up there. I've tried forgetting it, tried pretending it was just a bad dream or maybe something I made worse in my head over time. But the truth is, no matter how much I try to block it out, it still plays over in my mind like a loop. Every detail, every sound, every gut feeling that something was off. I remember everything too clearly, and I guess writing it down is the only way I can let it settle. It started when I decided to take some time off work. I was burned out, mentally exhausted, and just wanted to get away from everything for a week. A friend of mine had a small cabin up north, tucked deep into the woods by a small lake. He told me I could use it anytime. It was old, quiet, had no Wi-Fi, and barely had cell signal. Exactly what I needed. I packed enough food for a week, some extra clothes, a rifle just in case, and drove up alone. The drive was long and mostly uneventful. Once I got off the highway, it was all winding dirt roads and thick forests. The air smelled different out there, cleaner, heavier with pine. I didn't pass a single person or car after turning off the main road. Just miles of trees and silence. The cabin sat at the end of a bumpy dirt path barely wide enough for my truck. It was small, 1 story, just one main room with a fireplace, a bed, a little kitchen area, and a narrow bathroom. No electricity besides what the small solar panel on the roof gave during the day. No running water, but there was a pump well about 20 feet from the porch and a creek that flowed down past the tree line. The first day was peaceful. I unloaded the supplies, stacked up some firewood, made a simple dinner, and sat out on the porch with a can of beer, just watching the trees. Felt good. The kind of quiet you don't get in the city. No cars, no voices, just the wind through the branches and the occasional bird. That night, I slept hard. I remember waking up once around 3 a.m. because the wind had picked up and something had been tapping against the side of the cabin. I figured it was a loose branch or something. Didn't even get up to check. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The second day was uneventful too. I went for a walk through the woods, followed the creek downstream for a bit, and found some deer tracks near the water. I saw a fox dart through the trees at one point, took a few photos, gathered some dry wood, and spent most of the afternoon reading. I didn't even have my phone on, kept it off to save battery and avoid distractions. It was sometime in the late afternoon when I noticed something weird. I was sitting inside, near the window that faced the front of the cabin, when I saw movement in the trees, just a quick flash of something dark between the trunks. I leaned forward, stared for a minute, but didn't see anything after that. I figured maybe it was a deer or just a shadow, but I had a strange feeling, like I was being watched. That night, I made sure the door was locked. I drew the curtains, loaded the rifle, and kept it beside the bed. I don't usually get paranoid like that, but something felt off, like the woods were too quiet. Not in a peaceful way, but in a dead, hollow kind of way. Around 1 a.m., I woke up again. Not to wind this time. It was footsteps. Slow, careful footsteps on dry leaves outside. I sat up, heart pounding, and grabbed the rifle. The sound stopped as soon as I moved. I waited, listening hard, but didn't hear anything else for a while. I was too nervous to go outside, so I just sat in bed, back against the wall, eyes on the window. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep with the rifle on my lap. The next morning, I found boot prints outside. Not mine, not even close in size. They were bigger, wider, and came in from the trees on the north side of the cabin, then circled the place slowly before heading back into the woods. I stood there staring at them for a long time. My hands were cold even though the sun was out. It hadn't rained, and the prints were sharp and recent. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call anyone. No service. I thought about driving back, but the whole point of this trip was to be alone and get away. I told myself it could have been a hiker, maybe someone hunting illegally. Maybe they saw the cabin, got curious, and left. I tried to shake it off and went fishing at the lake down the path. Caught nothing. Sat on a rock for most of the afternoon, just trying not to let my imagination spiral. But I kept glancing over my shoulder. That night, I kept the lantern off and stayed in bed, listening. The fire was low. The moonlight came in faint through the gaps in the curtains. Just after midnight, the sound came again. Footsteps, slower this time, closer. Then I heard it, wood creaking. Someone was on the porch. I held my breath. My heart was racing so hard I thought whoever it was could hear it from outside. I slowly sat up, rifle in my hands, staring at the door. The creaking stopped. I waited. Then I heard the sound of metal. Not loud, just a slight clinking, like someone touching the doorknob trying to turn it. I had locked it. I was sure of it. I stayed frozen, eyes locked on the door. Then, after maybe a minute, the sound stopped. I didn't move until the sky started turning gray with morning light. When I finally got the courage to open the door, there was nothing. But the doorknob had fresh scratches on it. And on the railing, just beside the steps, were muddy fingerprints. Thick, human. Someone had been out there. I packed everything in 10 minutes. I was done. I didn't care about relaxing anymore. I threw my stuff in the truck and started down the path back toward the road. I didn't even look back at the cabin. But halfway down the dirt road, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A white rag tied to a tree, then another one 50 feet down, and another after that, all on my side of the road, all fresh. I had driven in on this same road and saw none of them. They weren't random either, they were markers, like a trail or a path. Someone had set them up during the night, while I was in the cabin, while I was listening to them outside the door. That's when I floored it. I drove faster than I should have on those bumpy roads. The whole time, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone step into the road behind me or a vehicle following. But there was nothing. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road and had full bars on my phone again. Then I pulled over, called the sheriff's department of the nearest town, and told them everything. I gave them the coordinates of the cabin and told them someone had been stalking around it at night. The deputy I talked to sounded calm, almost like it wasn't the first time he'd heard a story like that. He said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard back from them, and honestly, I didn't want to follow up. When I got home, I deleted all the photos I'd taken out there. Every one of them. I didn't want anything that reminded me of those woods, of those nights, or the man behind the trees, because that's what it was. Someone had been out there, watching, waiting, moving closer each night. I never told my friend about it either. I just told him thanks for the offer, but I wouldn't be using the cabin again. Ever. I sleep with the bedroom door locked now, even in my apartment. I keep a light on. I check the windows before I go to bed. I live in the middle of the city now, with neighbors on all sides, traffic noise, and lights that never go out. And I still feel safer here than I ever did in those woods. Because it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some story. It was a real person. And that's what makes it worse. I don't take many vacations, and when I do, I try to go somewhere completely quiet. I work from home, mostly on freelance design projects, and the noise of the city tends to wear me down fast. The emails, the notifications, the sounds from the street outside my apartment window, the people yelling or playing music through the walls. It gets to me. I needed a break, not just a day off, but something longer. A full week, maybe two, where I could be away from all that. Somewhere where there was no Wi-Fi, no deadlines, no people. That's why I booked a cabin in the woods. It was in northern Montana, tucked deep into a remote valley that I had to drive 6 hours to reach after landing in Kalispell. The cabin was owned by a retired couple who rented it out on a small listing site that didn't have much traffic. It was one of those listings that didn't even have more than 3 photos, but the couple emailed me back and forth for a few days and answered my questions. They said the place was old but fully furnished. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell reception, and the closest neighbor was about 6 miles away. That was exactly what I wanted. They left the key in a lockbox nailed to the porch post. I was told to lock everything back up when I left. That was it. I arrived in the early afternoon. The gravel road that led to the cabin was long and uneven, cutting through pine trees and thick underbrush. It wasn't maintained well. I could hear twigs and rocks scraping the bottom of my rental car. I wasn't worried, though. The trees opened up just enough for the cabin to come into view. It sat on a small clearing, shadowed by a ridge that rose behind it. The cabin was simple: 2 floors, dark wood siding, a metal roof rusted at the edges. The chimney had a bend in it. A picnic table sat crooked in the tall grass near the front porch. There were 2 wooden steps up to the front door. The air was clean, and everything smelled like pine needles and wet soil. The only sounds were birds and wind. Inside, the cabin looked just as I expected, worn but solid. The floors creaked under my boots. The living room had an old couch, a recliner, and a coffee table with a bunch of hunting magazines stacked on it. The walls were covered in pictures of elk and some black and white family portraits that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. The kitchen was small but had everything: gas stove, fridge, even a toaster. The back door led out to a deck that looked over the slope behind the cabin. There were hills back there, dense with trees, and I could see a narrow creek glinting through the brush about 50 yards away. I brought in my bags and set everything up. I had brought a laptop, but I only planned to use it for some writing and to watch downloaded movies. There was a small TV with a DVD player on a dresser upstairs. No cable. I had a few books, a journal, a portable solar charger for emergencies. I brought plenty of food, mostly canned stuff, snacks, and some fresh fruit that I knew wouldn't last more than a few days. That first night was peaceful. It got cold fast after sunset, and I had to figure out how to get the wood stove going. The instructions were taped to the inside of the firewood box. I followed them carefully and finally got a fire going. The warmth filled the cabin, and I sat in the recliner under a blanket, listening to the wind and cracking wood. It took a while for my ears to adjust to how quiet everything was. I don't mean that kind of quiet you get when you turn off your phone. I mean actual physical silence. It was thick. Every sound stood out. My breathing, my heartbeat, the ticking from the clock in the kitchen. Sometime past midnight, I turned everything off and went to bed. I didn't sleep well the first night. That always happens when I go somewhere new. My mind keeps checking the sounds, reminding me I'm not at home. Every pop from the wood stove, every gust of wind hitting the windows made me open my eyes. I thought I heard a knock once. Not loud, just a soft thud, like something bumping into the wall outside. But I didn't hear it again, and I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up late. I made coffee on the gas stove and ate an apple with some peanut butter. I sat out on the front porch in a folding chair I found beside the firewood stack and just listened. Birds, bugs, leaves moving. No cars, no voices. It was perfect. The days passed quietly. I read, cooked, walked around the woods a bit, even tried to follow the creek uphill to see where it came from. It was relaxing, but on the 4th night, I heard something again. I was in bed, lights off, fire slowly dying. I heard a sound that didn't match the wind or the stove. It was under me, a scratching sound, faint but steady, like something moving across wood. I sat up in bed, listening. The sound stopped. A few seconds later, I heard it again. It sounded like it was coming from the floor beneath me. I got out of bed and walked barefoot over to the corner of the room where the floor was colder. I stood there, waiting, not breathing, nothing. I figured it was a raccoon or some animal that got under the cabin. Old cabins always had crawl spaces. I hadn't checked that part of the house yet. I told myself I'd look in the morning. When I got up the next day, I found the entrance to the crawl space. It was at the back, near the side of the deck, behind some tall weeds. A wooden hatch with 2 rusted hinges and a padlock. The lock was snapped in half, rusted through. The chain hung loose. I opened the hatch and crouched down to look inside. It was dark, dry, and smelled like old dirt and insulation. I used my flashlight. The space went back at least 20 feet. I could see concrete support posts, a few scraps of wood, some plastic bins, and an old shovel. Nothing else. I figured maybe some rodent got in and scratched at something during the night. The sound didn't come back the next night, but something else did. 2 days later, I noticed the back door was unlocked. I was certain I had locked it. I always did. The front and back doors had those old turnkey locks that made a solid clunk when locked. I double-checked them every night. That day, it was unlatched. Not wide open, just not turned all the way shut. I felt a jolt in my chest when I saw it. I locked it again and checked the windows. They were all shut. I tried not to let it get to me. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I had been outside earlier and didn't lock it behind me. But that feeling stayed with me. That off-balance feeling like something was wrong, but I couldn't name it. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I saw footprints. They were faint, but they were there just outside the cabin in the patch of dirt near the crawlspace hatch. The earth was dry, so the prints weren't deep, but the shape was clear. A man's boot print, not mine. I checked the tread with my own shoes. It didn't match. This one was smaller, narrower, maybe a size 8. Mine were size 11. I checked around the cabin and found 3 more, leading from the back porch around to the side. Then they disappeared into the grass. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My mind started going places I didn't want it to go. What if someone was out here? What if they'd been watching me? I didn't have cell service. No one knew exactly where I was except the old couple who rented the place. No one could call me or track me. I was completely alone out here. I grabbed the hatchet from the firewood pile and kept it close all day. I stayed inside and waited. I didn't hear or see anything else that day, but the sounds came back that night. Worse this time. It was almost midnight. I had the fire burning low again. I was sitting on the couch, dozing off. That scratching came back, but this time it was louder, like dragging, like something being pulled across the ground under the house. I held my breath. It lasted a few seconds, then stopped. Then it happened again. I stood up, crept to the back door, and listened through it. Then I slowly opened it and stepped out onto the deck. Cold air hit my face. I leaned over the railing and looked at the crawlspace hatch. It was open. The wooden door was wide open, and the chain was gone. I stepped down the stairs slowly, the hatchet in my hand. I turned on my flashlight and aimed it at the crawlspace. The beam lit up the space under the cabin. There was a blanket down there, rolled up, plastic bag beside it. Something else, too metal, shiny, a soup can. I backed away and went inside. I locked the doors, pulled down all the blinds, and sat in the middle of the living room with the hatchet in my lap. Someone was living under the house. I didn't sleep. I sat there until morning. When the sun finally came up, I got dressed and walked back outside. I approached the crawlspace again and looked inside. The blanket was still there. The soup can was open, half-eaten. There were shoe prints in the dirt. A small backpack shoved under the floor beams. I couldn't see anyone inside. I backed away and drove down the gravel road until I got 1 bar of signal. It took 30 minutes. I called the county sheriff. They sent someone. 2 deputies showed up in an old truck. I waited with them while they checked the crawl space. One of them crawled all the way in. He came back out shaking his head. Whoever had been there was gone. They found a few old food wrappers, a stained pillow, a pocket knife, and a worn-out pair of jeans. The backpack had clothes